Support for NPR comes from this station. And from DuckDuckGo, who believes AI should be optional and who've been building privacy tools for 15 years. They now offer Duck.ai, where users can chat privately with AI. Duck.ai. And from the Kauffman Foundation, providing access to opportunities that help people achieve financial stability, upward mobility, and economic prosperity, regardless of race, gender, or geography. Kauffman.org. This is NPR.
Local issues, national headlines, and your perspectives. Join us for Boston Public Radio with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And MIT Federal Credit Union. Banking built on innovation. Guided by real people. Memberships open to the public. More at mitfcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. As we celebrate 250 years of American independence, what is the British perspective of this great breakup? Could it have been avoided? Join historian Lucy Worsley as she investigates the American Revolution tonight at 7:30 on GBH2.
This week on Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, Boston is home to some of the nation's richest musical legacies. The legendary Fort Apache Studio marks its 40th anniversary, and 2 award-winning local songwriters share career highlights, the past, present, and future of Boston's music scene. That's Under the Radar with me, Callie Crossley, tonight at 9 here on 89.7 GBH and the GBH app.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Braude, head on BPR and GBH and NEPM live from the library. We'll start the show with you and driverless cars. Would you ride in one? Call or text. Then it's the team from the Boston Globe's new opinion-driven newsletter on higher ed. It's called College Town. Plus our very own Carmen Sandiego, travel writer Chrisopher Muther from the Globe, just back from visiting Dolly Parton's truck stop.
And I am Juliette Kayyem in for Marjorie Egan. In the second hour, we'll talk e-bike safety with MGH's Dr. Cornelia Griggs and State Rep James Arciero. Plus, media maven Sue O'Connell on the latest from the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. And we'll end the show with an ode to Costco. What is it about a 32-pack of Q-tip boxes and a rotisserie chicken that can bring us all together? The fluorescent, big box, joyous land of Costco next on BPR, live from the BPL.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Janine Herbst. President Trump says 50% tariffs on Canada that were supposed to kick in today instead will be delayed to the end of Friday in exchange for potentially restarting the controversial Keystone Oil Pipeline project. NPR's Emily Fang has more.
These latest proposed U.S. tariffs would cover items from Canadian wine to hockey sticks for a total of about $20 billion worth of goods, about 5% of annual Canadian exports to the U.S. Neither the U.S. or Canada has offered details about how the oil pipeline might be restarted. Its permit was revoked by President Biden but restored last year by President Trump. Also hanging in the balance is a larger North American free trade agreement with Canada and Mexico that's up for review. It allows hundreds of billions of dollars of goods to be traded mostly duty-free through North America, though Trump has said he, quote, doesn't care if it's continued. Emily Fang, NPR News, Washington.
Liberia's government says it's agreed to a deal with the Trump administration to accept more than 1,000 third-country deportees from the U.S. NPR's Joel Bright reports a first group arrives in the nation this week.
Liberia's information minister says up to 1,200 third-country migrants will be deported from the U.S. to Liberia under the agreement. He said all deportees will arrive in Liberia within a year, with the first batch of 20 deportees expected to arrive in the country tomorrow. The agreement is one of the largest third-country deportation deals signed by the Trump administration since the start of its immigration crackdown. It is unclear what Liberia will get in return for the deal, but a U.S. Senate report published in February found that the Trump administration has paid foreign governments, many with poor human rights records, up to $32 million to accept third-country migrants. Joel Bright, NPR News, Lagos.
In two closely watched primary races, incumbent Democrats in South Florida scored victories, fending off competition from progressives. From member station WLRN, Carlton Gillespie reports.
In Florida's historically black 20th congressional district, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz defeated a crowded field of black candidates to retain her seat in Congress. Wasserman Schultz, who is white, drew criticism from black political leaders and from leaders of the Florida Democratic Party who argued her candidacy threatened black representation in Congress, which is approaching historical lows. In Florida's 25th district, which spans much of the southeast Florida coast, two-term Congressman Jared Moskowitz comfortably defeated a challenge from progressive Oliver Larkin, who had also carried the endorsement from the Democratic Socialists of America. Moskowitz had faced scrutiny from progressives over his ardent support for Israel and his willingness to work with Republicans. For NPR News, I'm Carlton Gillespie in Fort Lauderdale.
Wall Street's trading higher at this hour. You're listening to NPR News from Washington.
And from the GBH Radio Newsroom in Boston, I'm Judy Ewell. A Chinese national living in Andover is under arrest for allegedly submitting a fraudulent voter registration and ballot in the 2024 presidential election, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office. Prosecutors allege 33-year-old Yuping Sun submitted 2 fraudulent immigration forms on behalf of another Chinese national and his wife, which led to the couple losing their green cards and entering into removal proceedings. He faces 1 count of fraudulent voter registration and 1 count of fraudulent voting in Boston federal court this afternoon. Worcester police continue to search for a woman wanted in connection with the death of an off-duty police officer. Family and friends of Officer Kurt Solomon are mourning their loss after he was found dead inside his home yesterday. The search for Karen Solomon has rattled some residents, and retired State Police Trooper Todd McGee says police are keeping people informed for good reason.
Once they see law enforcement, they understand what law enforcement is in the area for. That minimizes the curiosity, and that keeps people away from law enforcement, the work that law enforcement needs to do.
Authorities say the death is being investigated as a domestic incident. If you're wishing for a canine companion as summer winds down, the MSPCA is holding its Clear the Shelters adoption event later this week. MSPCA Angel and their partners are waiving adoption fees for dogs aged 1 year and older. That starts Friday through Sunday. The project manager, Jamie Garabedian, says the event helps dogs find loving homes and frees up shelter space for other animals. In sports, the Sox host the Diamondbacks this afternoon. A sunny summer day, highs in the mid-80s. Clear skies tonight, lows in the 60s. Right now, sunny and 80 in Boston.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include EBSCO, committed to providing colleges and universities with relevant online research databases to ensure student, faculty, and staff success. Learn more at ebsco.com. This is NPR.
You're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM. I am Jim Browdy. Marjorie has a few days off. Sitting in for her is Harvard and CNN's Juliette Kayyem. We're live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Hello there, Juliette. How are you?
Hello. It is great to be here. I love being like Marjorie filler.
You are a Marjorie filler. And by
great.
the way, I just want to say, you were on fire today at the morning staff meeting.
Yeah.
And the staff, speaking for the staff, we're just hoping you can maintain the same level of excitement and enthusiasm.
We've got Dolly Parton in the lineup.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't have her actually,
Parton,
but we're just going to lie so people keep watching. But you got me for 2 hours, and then, as you know, nap time.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
1:17, I'll be in bed.
Okay, some programming notes. Tomorrow we'll be joined by Marjorie and I think America's best media critic, Margaret Sullivan, will zoom in. And Stephen Pina on Friday, 28 years in jail for a crime he says he did not commit. Kevin Hayden, the DA, just decided not to try him again. He'll be joined by Sean Ellis. You saw all about Sean's case in Trial 4 on Netflix. 22 years in jail, again, for a crime he did not commit. 50 years of their lives combined. They'll join us in person at the library on Friday. And finally, we won't be at the library next week because our whole team is off for the end of summer or whatever. So this summer, Waymo continued to test self-driving cars in Boston. But for the most part, the only places you can really find autonomous vehicles are in cities in red states: Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, and Texas. California is the exception, but that's because of the Silicon Valley presence, etc. What we're going to do today is get your thoughts on self-driving cars. A new piece in The Atlantic argues that, quote, Democrats are failing the Waymo test, arguing that labor unions, anti-tech activists, and politicians have coalesced to keep them off the streets, to the danger, they would argue, of it all. And that is because there are many claims and many studies that show that self-driving cars are actually safer than human-driven ones, but a lot of people in Boston say our narrow, winding streets and winter and all that sort of stuff are going to bamboozle the GPSs, so it's not a good idea here. We want to know two things. One, have you driven in one, or would you drive in one? And two, do you worry that blue states are missing out because of the reasons that were argued in that piece in The Atlantic? The number is 877-301-8897. You're a world traveler. Have you done a Waymo kind of thing?
I have not, but I've been in cities. I just can't get myself to do it yet.
Is that really true?
Yeah. I don't. I still feel like it's too new, even though I'm also someone who likes facts, and so I see the data. It's just, look, we all have
facts
irrational.
Are really yesterday's news.
I know,
especially, they really are.
Especially, yeah. No, we all have our irrational fears. Like some people don't like going into water because of sharks or whatever. I do. I feel like it's a movie scene where I'm in the back seat. I'm in a Waymo, and it decides to drive over a cliff, and I can't stop it.
What was your book about?
The Devil Never Sleeps.
Yeah, and the security mom.
I know.
You talk about there's a certain risk that is unavoidable.
I will inevitably use a Waymo once and then be a total convert. I know myself. I will be like, oh, yes, this is totally it.
I'm really surprised. I am intellectually all into this thing for a variety of reasons. One, they'll ultimately be cheaper, even though they're going to be cheaper because there aren't going to be people driving the cars, which is a downside. All the studies I read, including from the Insurance Institute of Highway Safety, or whatever the hell it's called, overwhelmingly safer. And obviously they're electric, so they're better for the environment. Plus, the other reason I'm in, which is not on that list, I don't like, as you know, I don't like talking to people outside of work.
I learned this morning. That was work. That was work.
And the beauty of being in a car being driven around by nobody to talk to you is really almost like a dream to me. Having said that, personally, I can't get into it either. And I, by the way, I've read a lot of these studies long before this morning, and I am convinced, despite a long piece by CNN, which I think is mostly anecdotal. I don't mean to criticize your station, but it's not hard research like a lot of these studies are. Every study I've seen, including ones not financed by the industry, let me just read you these stats from this highway safety thing. 68% fewer accidents reported to police, 81% fewer crashes that result in injuries, and they go on to say that the differential is probably even higher because a lot of humans don't report accidents because you cut a deal with whatever you did. So the differential in safety is probably overwhelmingly in favor of the driverless cars.
Yeah, and true, but the most of the data is literally just the accidents, and I think the CNN
as opposed
piece,
to what?
What we call edge cases, which is a maneuver that comes close, an illegal turn that doesn't result in an accident, something where human judgment was called for. Waymo ended up behaving the right way eventually, but somehow the passenger did not feel like that the car, the non-driving car was able to adapt quick enough. And so there's going to be these edge cases. Look, we don't monitor for insurance purposes close calls with drivers, so I get that it's not a fair comparison. But I think the fact that there's not an eject button, right? My understanding from a Waymo is you can't just turn it off. It's you got to call someone if there's a problem, or there's some 1-8, there's a button that goes to some call center somewhere. I think that you feel like you have a little bit more agency in an Uber or a Lyft. Also, you're not talking to anyone, just put your earplugs in and then start chatting to mom.
By the way, I shouldn't even said that because I sound so misanthropic kind of thing. When you're doing a ride, you either want to do work or look out the window or whatever. And the number is 877-301-8970. A lot of texts already. LM texts. I think they're adorable and hilarious. I can totally see myself getting drunk and using one just for kicks. I'd probably laugh my butt off. the whole ride. And, you know, by the way, before we take the calls, there was the guy who's the coach of the San Francisco 49ers, whatever his name is, Shanahan, who was in an accident, who said that he had autopilot on his Tesla. I didn't buy the autopilot on my Tesla because I don't trust it. But he was candid enough, to his credit, by the way, to say he may have turned it off inadvertently. So it wasn't Elon Musk's fault, which is unfortunate, but may have been his. In any case, 877-301-8970. Brad, you're in a city, one of the few blue cities that actually does them, calling from San Francisco. Hey, Brad.
Hey, yeah, no, my son used to play with Waymos a few years ago on Van Ness Avenue. They'd be driving down the street. They'd want to move into the right lane to take a right-hand turn. He'd match speed with them and go like 10 blocks to force them to stay in the left lane.
You must be so proud of your son. I'll tell you, it's a beautiful story. What do you think about him?
Well, another friend of mine rode in one, and he thought that they were watching the whole time, so he started swearing at the imaginary driver. He used really foul language, expecting a voice to come on and say, please don't do that.
Yeah.
And when it did, he lit up a cigar with the windows up and smoked a cigar all the way to his destination. Yeah. And now he loves Waymos. He smokes a cigar every time he rides in one.
Oh my! For the next person, yeah, that's no one to complain. Well, thank you. We do have an anonymous texter saying,
Brad.
"Thanks, Brad. I rode in a Waymo in San Francisco, and it was amazing. I feel like I'm going to have this conversion. I never felt safer, and I think that that's important. That the experience of most riders in a Waymo has been pretty positive. Yeah."
We lost her a second.
I know. That's
Sophia,
okay.
You're in Cambridge. You're on with Juliet Kayyem and me, Jim Browdy. Thanks for calling. Hi.
So the Waymo, I'm no on the Waymo. No way.
Okay. Go. Why?
My husband rode in them 3 times in San Francisco.
And?
The first time, it took a left-hand turn from the right-hand lane across 5 lanes and almost killed him.
That's really
that's
hard.
a close
Second time,
call.
it stopped dead in traffic, didn't know what to do, and just shut down while cars went all around it, and he couldn't get out of the car. And the third time, it took him to a slum instead of the office building that he wanted to go to, and then he couldn't get it to start and take him where he wanted to go. So,
well, other than that, how were his experiences?
Exactly. I mean, I'm kind of impressed he went in one after the first time. But these are the edge cases that people are worried about. That this is happening a lot more. I mean, there was you remember seeing these pictures, Jim, where there was flooding in Houston, I think, or in San Antonio, Texas, and the Waymos didn't quite monitor the flooding, and there's a whole bunch of Waymos that go into a flooded street. They get stuck there, and one gets swept away. So it's human judgment does matter sometimes.
Okay, so here we apparently, is this real sound or is this your ridiculous made-up stuff? You know, you don't even know, and because of this is not an AI thing, it's because our producers have a mischievous streak. You don't know if these are real or allegedly funny. This is apparently real. It's a clip of a driver. Oh, it's from NBC, so that's real enough. Here's a clip of a driver who was stuck in a Waymo car, allegedly driving in circles.
I'm in a Waymo car.
Connected to rider support. This call may be recorded for quality assurance.
This car is just going in circles.
Hi there, Mike. This is Gab. I'm calling from Waymo support. I'm just calling because I received a notification that your car might be experiencing some routing issue. Please bear with me while I am.
I got a flight to catch. Why is this thing going in a circle? I'm getting dizzy.
Oh my God.
Okay, but that's like one of those edge things or whatever you said a minute ago. I mean,
did he make his flight?
Rick, well, it was no accident. I'm not saying it's a good thing. It would scare me
and
too.
Waymo obviously is going to get better. It's been much better than it has before. I believe once I get over the first go, I will probably like it. But to the I have to say, when I'm in San Francisco, I see them. They are all over the place in San Francisco. I see them, and you get this moment where you realize there's no driver in this car. It's just
that's why they call them driverless. By the way, same sort. That's one of the reasons.
I'm old school, buddy.
You know, the Boston. If we ever asked Mayor Wu about this, I don't think so. We have a September date, whatever it is. When she's here, we'll ask her what. I know there was a city council hearing, which got a little testy, that kind of thing. And there's some trials. I've seen Waymo in the Seaport, sort of at the far. What's the name of the theater thing down there? The whatever.
Oh the
the pavilion, right? Yeah. Right near the. I don't know if that's sanctioned or not. Sarah and Swampscott, you're on BPR. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Hey. So I absolutely love them, and I think we ought to have them in Boston. I've rode them in Austin and in Nashville.
And why'd you like them so much?
Well, because they're not as stupid and as reactive as individuals, human beings.
Or as the texter, Susan from Tewksbury just said, a Waymo won't sexually assault you. You know, Sarah,
Exactly.
one of the issues about Boston, again, which we'll broach with the mayor, is weather conditions are a lot worse here than they are in Austin or wherever you said, Nashville. And obviously snow. I know they say, Waymo says they have heaters to deal with that. And secondly, the streets are really narrow and odd here. So does that concern you?
But they are in Nashville.
They are in Nashville?
They are in Nashville.
I've never been there.
They don't get the snow. They don't get the snow, but the roads are crazy there as well.
Were you nervous the first time you were doing this or no?
Yes. It's a nightmare. It's actually a recurring nightmare that I had before I ever rode one, that I was in a driverless car.
Yeah. That's you're me. I have that nightmare, and then it's going somewhere and you can't get out. I know.
But I do. I love it. And I also got a chance to ride in a robo-taxi, which is the Tesla type. It was a prototype, and so I was riding in that, and that actually I liked better than the Waymo.
Why'd you like that better, Sarah?
It just seems smarter. It actually took me to a very busy hotel where Waymo will take you like across the street if it's too busy, and then you're kind of, have to figure out how to get across the street yourself. The other big thing that I think a lot of people don't think about is that people with disabilities, particularly blind people who have guide dogs, are often refused by other public drivers.
That's
Lyft, even though it's against the law, they're refused and left behind all the time.
Sarah, I'm really glad you broached that. A lot of disability rights groups are very supportive of Waymo for exactly that reason. We should have mentioned that, and I'm really glad you did.
Well,
Sarah,
also
thanks
in
for the call.
pickup, I mean, it's clear in pickup in areas that are higher crime, or in areas where a driver would make a judgment call if they want to go there because of the demographic.
Meaning they're not going to pick up a black
person, right?
Yeah.
And that a Waymo, because it is driverless, won't have that judgment call. I get it. I mean, it is
well, you
true
don't know
that
they're not going to be instructed not to go to certain neighborhoods.
But as one anonymous texter has said, and a good point, why are we not talking about getting cars off the road? We spend billions on roads so that we can waste more time in traffic. The climate crisis is already here. I guess we choose to live this way. In other words, as an alternative, the fear is that you're not going to replace what's on the road. You're just going to actually add a new thing, even if Waymos are electric cars.
By the way, in response to that anonymous texter, who is probably our coworker Hannah, frankly, but I don't know that for a fact. At noon, we're going to have a doctor from MGH who deals with pediatric trauma and the chair of the House Transportation Committee, as they consider the issues around e-bikes, which obviously are a better alternative in some ways, but there are a lot of horrible injuries that they're going to talk about. Where do you want to go next, Julia?
Well, this anonymous texter also says something really important, which is, the exceptionalism of Boston. How safe will Boston pedestrians be near a Waymo? They jaywalk and read their phones while crossing the street. I do wonder if the concern that we're seeing from the legislature as we're seeing the sort of political response to the potential for Waymo, where we are right now, is Waymo is obviously thinking of coming here. They're monitoring the streets. I think the mayor hasn't been.
She sounds like she's open.
She's open, right? We're going to do studies, but we do have legislative concerns on Beacon Hill. I wonder if, our Boston exceptionalism, in that we are very unpredictable walkers, drivers, and bike riders, that maybe we may be the city that breaks Waymo, just like the way that we behave on streets.
Well, having said, Marty Walsh got in a lot of trouble on our show a few years ago. We were talking not about this, we were talking about pedestrians, and he pretty much said they're on their own. If they're on a phone, and if they're not smart enough or grown up enough to be doing jaywalking, they'll pay a price. And he ultimately pulled back a drop, I think, on that. But I don't think Boston is that. I lived in New York 15 years. I mean, New Yorkers who are walking are pretty irresponsible too, and so grow up.
Right, we
and
just
be
add to the
responsible.
mix. I mean, I'm a biker, and I hate drivers. When I'm a biker, I'm a driver. I hate pedestrians. When I'm a driver, I'm a pedestrian. I hate bikers when I'm walking. Like, I mean, we all sort of, it is a
very
free-for-all.
healthy attitude, I
It
think,
is.
yeah.
It
Alan,
is. And look, I'm not dead yet.
Apparently not. Alan in Centerville, you're on BPR. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Pleasure.
2 points. You're welcome. 2 points. Back in July, Waymo called the cops on 2 teen riders in San Mateo. So this is really for Juliet. So that was probably illegal kidnapping. The car actually stopped. The kids were drinking in the back. They're 15-year-olds. So that's kind of an interesting little story. It was on NPR back in July 10th. But the reason I'm calling today is really to talk about the Zook. I sent you a picture of it, ZOOX.
That's the Amazon deal?
Yeah, the Amazon robo-taxi. You're sitting like a living room with couches. So it has no driver. It has no way to control the car. You're sitting in there, and it's comfortable. You're sitting in comfortable seating with talking to your friends, and it goes forward or backward. It's like a old-fashioned train. It has no front or back. You go one way, and it doesn't have to turn around. Just goes the other way, and there you go. So it's a very efficient, very cool-looking, futuristic, and rethinking what a car is.
Where is that happening? Is that happening anywhere, or it's just being tested?
It's at Vegas. You can go and rent them in Vegas right now.
Wow. That's like the Jetsons. I think the Jetsons had something like that.
Explain what the Jetsons
Oh
are
my
for
God,
young listeners.
the
Hey,
Jetsons,
Alan, thanks for the call. We
Jetsons was
appreciate
a
it.
futuristic. Hello, kids. The Jetsons was a futuristic TV series that imagined, maybe it was the year 2025. I can't remember what year of what life would be like when we in the future, and we all lived in space and had cool cars.
By the way,
great
interesting-
hairdos.
Interesting question. Anonymous texter, why aren't we using driverless tech on the subway and commuter rail before allowing it with cars? At least they are on a dedicated track. Remember the driverless red line that went right by JFK and almost whatever? Here is a follow-up. Zoe looked up that NPR story the caller just mentioned. The 15-year-olds were allegedly drinking alcohol and shooting toy guns from the car, according to the cops. They said Waymo's systems detected behavior that then triggered a safety response, after which the company disabled the vehicle and contacted
and
police.
locked them
Good
in.
for
I have
them.
to say, so it wasn't just the drinking, because I was like, that seems like Big Brother-ish, but it was the shooting the toy guns that probably triggered the safety
Well, I don't know how
apparatus
Big
in
Brother-ish.
Weymouth.
If you're 15 years old and you're drinking alcohol, it's not exactly Big Brother, is it?
Well, how would you know they were drinking alcohol? Are they listening to our conversations?
Well, that is another really interesting thing that we haven't
I actually
talked
don't know the
about.
answer to this question. Like, are they just monitoring what we're saying and picking up like trigger words, like, I'm doing X, Y, or Z. So I know. Yeah.
Zoe just says that in our ear that Uber does that. So, I mean, privacy is just so gone, sadly. Lynn in Medford, welcome to the show. Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I was in Norway a few years ago, and I rode in a driverless minivan, and it had an operator. The operator was not driving the vehicle, but was there, presumably to deal with any unexpected events or to just reassure people that it was okay to get into the minivan.
So what's the point? How does that get you anywhere? I'm not against it. By the way, there are 2 bills on Beacon Hill around driverless cars that include exactly what you were describing from Norway, a human
for one
something.
thing,
What?
What they call man or woman in the middle.
For one thing, it would deal with the concerns of the unions and the Lyft Uber drivers. And it would also reassure people that if something weird happens, like the vehicle spinning around in circles, like a previous account, that there would be somebody who would have the ability to deal with it more effectively.
But how do you
what that
achieve?
Operator could do?
How do you achieve whatever the benefits are, depending on your point of view, of a driverless car with a sort of faux driver in the car? How does that work?
Well, I think the safety issues are going to be increased. The decreased accidents because of all the sensors in the vehicle. I also think you're just less you're less dependent on the driver's
I understand.
state. Like, I always worry when I take a Lyft, like, how much sleep has this person had? Because I know some of them are
I hear
under
you.
a lot of stress.
Hey,
And,
Lynn, before you go quickly, when you were in Norway, did you practice our favorite thing, hygge, or did you not? Did you do that? Did you practice hygge?
I thought that was Danish.
It's close enough. It's all the same. Lynn, we got to go. It is. It's Norway,
same.
Sweden,
Yeah, it's all
Denmark.
the same. Cold north.
Do you know
Cold
what
north.
hygge is?
Yeah.
Do you know what it is? It's like a comfort thing where you, we'll talk about it later.
That's another show. I'm here tomorrow.
It is another show.
We can add it to the mix.
Maybe tomorrow, okay.
Okay, we're out of time. Thank you all for your calls and
An anonymous texter says, Juliet, remember the Jetsons is a cartoon, not a documentary.
Don't be a buzzkill.
Okay,
Don't be a buzzkill.
Go ahead.
Coming up after this quick break, the Boston Globe has some back-to-college prep for you by way of their soon-to-be-launched College Town Opinion newsletter. We'll speak with the reporters behind the project next. He's Jim Browdy. I'm Juliet Kayyem, in for Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM, live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com GBH News.
There are 26 gateway cities in Massachusetts.
And in 2026, we're going to get to know them all. But we need your help. We want to cover what matters to you.
We want to hear what concerns you have,
what you're proud of, and what you want people to know about your community.
So if you're in a gateway city, we want to hear from you. Reach out to us at gbhnews.org/gateway cities.
26 in 26. That's gbhnews.org/gateway cities.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Boston Symphony Orchestra, this fall, presenting beloved classics and new music that invite curiosity and ask deep questions on creation, creativity, and technology. More at bso.org. And M. Steinert & Sons Pianos, the region's authorized Steinway dealer, presents the return of the Symphony Hall Piano Event, Friday, September 11th through Sunday the 13th at Symphony Hall. msteinert.com.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Juliet Kayyem sitting in for Marjorie. I'm Jim Browdy. We're live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow, the most on-point media critic in America, in our opinion, Margaret Sullivan, will join us. And on Friday, in person at the library, two men who served a combined 50 years in prison for crimes they did not commit. Stephen Pina and Sean Ellis will, as I say, join us in person. Next week, we're airing best of shows so that we can take a week off and everybody be back the following week. So Boston is undeniably a college town, but the industry is in trouble. Trump-induced research funding cuts, endless, costly, almost always baseless lawsuits by his administration, a deepening crisis in public trust, on top of the ever-increasing tuition costs and essential questions posed by the rise of AI. Here at the GBH News, our higher ed desk is following some of those trends via their podcast called College Uncovered. And now, to get you ready for the new school year, the Boston Globe is launching a new opinion newsletter offering commentary, future ideas, and expanding the conversation with an upcoming newsletter, College Town, it's called, written by opinion reporter Hilary Burns, edited by Brian Bergstein. It launches next week. They both join us now to discuss. You can sign up at bostonglobe.com/College Town. Brian and Hilary, congratulations and welcome. Good to see you both.
Congratulations. I wanted to ask just sort of what was the sort of, impetus for a newsletter that's really treating the universities and colleges around that sort of an industry, like a factory town or Hollywood or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, so we basically, at the most bottom line base level, higher ed is just a great story. So journalistically, it's complex. It's fascinating. It's important. There are interesting characters. There's a lot of change happening. And there's a lot of sort of like cross-cutting, almost contradictory things happening. A lot of schools are struggling. A lot of schools aren't going to make it out of the next few years. And yet on the other hand, there's all these incredible educational experiments launching. There's people who are doubling down on rethinking what college means. So at this really crucial moment, we had the idea in Globe Opinion to start a new Globe Opinion section, which is going to combine reporting and analysis by Hilary and come out in her weekly newsletter with submissions from faculty, from people who have big thoughts about how to improve and renew higher ed, and from students, too. We're going to get a lot of students writing for us.
If there was not a sadistic, insane president, would this I'm serious, would this newsletter even be happening?
It's a great question, and we say all the time, yes, absolutely. Yeah. Even if you were to take out of the equation everything happening with the administration's assault on higher ed and scientific funding, this would still be a great time to be looking at this. AI, the cost of college, these questions about what is it even for? Why are so few men going? What can be done about that? What about these experiments with free community college? There's a million issues we can get into.
You know, Hilary, I'm sure you're paying attention. Your colleague here, the one word he put emphasis on, he said in the Globe Opinion section, that was extremely intentional. Why is it, and don't turn to him to answer this question, why is it in the Globe Opinion section rather than the news part of the paper?
Well, Jim, I've been in the newsroom for the last few years covering higher ed. I started the week that Harvard named Claudine Gay as its next president, believe it or not. And I've been covering higher ed since 2019. So a lot of these discussions about the finances and the broken business model and the need for innovation, same conversations I've been having for years. So moving to opinion just gives more flexibility to really dive into these issues and read the tea leaves and offer analysis, offer what I think about covering these institutions after so many years, and I'm really excited.
Do you feel liberated? I mean, one of the things that Margie and I love about this show is we're sort of opinion journalists as opposed to, people who've got to just stick with the facts. It is liberating, isn't it?
100%, yeah. It's early days, and I already feel that. I need to loosen the muscles. I'm still in the news reporter mindset of it.
What's been the most surprising part of doing a newsletter like this in terms of stories that we can anticipate? That AI in education has been talked about a lot. I am a faculty member. I struggle with it. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do my final this year. I think I may be a blue book person, back to the blue book. But what else are you seeing out there?
That's a huge topic. I mean, AI is prompting these huge existential conversations about what is college for? What do we need to learn? How do we prepare for a workforce that might look wildly differently in a few years? We're also going to be talking about the politics and how universities are changing because of the political campaigns and attacks on them. And then we're going to be talking about the business model and the entrepreneurs who are trying to rethink the way a university, what it looks like, what the university of the future looks like.
I want to return to some stuff about the newsletter in a second, but since you guys started talking about AI, we had Sally Kornbluth, the head of MIT, was in the studio with us, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and she started, I think, in response to a question from Marjorie, talking about the defunding by the feds of basic research, as it's called. Here's what President Kornbluth had to say.
If you look at some of the stuff like, immunotherapy for cancer now, that was 40, 50 years of immunology research. So people might not see the impact immediately, but you're going to see the impact in 10 years, and your children and your children's children will see the impact.
And you wrote about exactly that. Tell us what I would call really troubling news about the direction the Trump administration in terms of funding of basic versus, let's call it, targeted research is.
Right. Yeah, we learned more about the Trump strategy for research this summer when Michael Kratsios, his science advisor, came out with this report that finally gave us some indications of where they're going. And it seems to be they're betting on AI and corporate America for doing their research. And that's really concerning because universities, as Sally Kornbluth said so well, they're the basis of basic research, which may take years for a discovery to come from that basic research, and you don't know what discovery X research will lead to. And it's so important to follow human curiosity. I talked to Bob Brown, the former president of BU, who said, AI can't replace human curiosity. Maybe in 50 years, but not now. So how do what will become of our innovation economy without that?
Okay, let's go back, Brian, to the newsletter for a second. This is a troubling development that I want to address with you. Marjorie and I subscribed to the Soup newsletter at the Globe, and we never got it. And in fact, it got to the point where Shirley Leung interceded, had the Soup newsletter editor call into our show. We still never got it. That's the bad news.
Okay.
The good news is we do get the Power Play newsletter with Leung and Chesto. So look me in the eyes, please. Are you going to guarantee that if we all
breaking news?
Excuse me, you're not looking at me in the eyes.
He's looking at me because he's wondering, is this for real?
So if we subscribe to this thing, it's bostonglobe.com/collegetown, by the way, in case you don't know. Are we going to actually get this thing? Yes or no?
I think so.
You don't?
They're going to print it out and drop it at your house.
But when we get back to
case.
the office, I will go up into the attic where we keep the carrier pigeons, and I will make sure that
exactly.
That's the voice of Brian Bergstein. He's here with Hilary Burns, the two critical people in this new newsletter at the Globe, College Town, which starts next week.
Brian, I wanted to actually turn to you because since last week, a lot has happened in terms of higher education and plagiarism and the suicide of a Cambridge professor in England, Jason Arday. It's a tragic story. He was accused of plagiarism. He lost his faculty position. He was also autistic. There was a pile-on, and he committed suicide last week. We revisited a piece that you wrote about Carrie Greenidge, the celebrated Tufts University historian, who had a similar exit in terms of accusations, sort of exited quietly. At that time, you said Tufts needs to be more transparent about what happened. And I'm just asking you honestly, you must have gone through sort of these parallel stories. Maybe going quietly was actually most beneficial for all parties. I'm saying if you've revisited or rethought through how these universities should deal with these plagiarism cases, but in particular, we can't deny it's mostly the attacks on African-American professors.
Yeah, so a lot there. Glad you asked about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the Arday thing, I would separate that out. That's a very unusual, tragic case. I don't think either of us is super plugged into academia in the UK to have like deep kind of like texture and insights into what was going on there. But I will just say at the highest level, I think something that applies about that case to us is that he was sort of boosted on a whole just pyramid of lies and misrepresentation. It wasn't just the plagiarism, it was just all these stories he was telling about himself. And his story was seemingly too good to be true, and it was. And I think fundamentally, like just the way we look at it is like, there was just not, the way Cambridge University, held this guy out and sort of then allowed him to fall when there was really no intellectual heft to his research. That to me speaks of a problem in academia that I hope we can kind of go after, which is like a lack of accountability. We believe very much in these institutions.
Yeah.
We're not opponents of higher ed. We're not bad faith critics of it. But we do think these institutions need to be held more accountable. They're powerful institutions, and they shape public discourse. The Greenidge case at Tufts, for those who don't know, there was a professor who wrote I don't think it's that similar to Arday, in that Arday seemed to have been a fraud all along. Greenidge was a very well-respected scholar, wrote 2 books. Some accusations came out about whether she had plagiarized or had misrepresented facts, a little different. There was a story in the New York Times that said that she had been actually quietly left the Tufts faculty. And Tufts put out a statement saying, what we did here is we tried to correct the public record. When we heard accusations about her scholarship, we appointed peer reviewers to look into it. And when we found out, that her work maybe didn't hold up, we told her publisher, W.W. Norton. We moved to correct the public record. And, after that story first came out in the New York Times, academics reached out to me to say, wait a minute, they didn't correct the public record. What about her work where are the flaws? Are these books which had won these awards, won these prizes, are they completely never to be cited again by future historians or by LLMs, or what exactly did she do? And so we just thought it was an interesting case of like, no, Tufts, you don't get to say you corrected the public record.
But isn't it more the norm than the aberration? You say you started with Claudine Gay. Has Harvard told us yet, the corporation, about what they found in their investigation around the plagiarism charges against her?
Yeah, good question. I mean, that went back. I mean, it was really technical language. It was really technical language had been repeated from other scholars. So a little bit, the ideas were hers, the ideas were original, but they hold students to a very high standard, so they need to hold its leaders to the same standard.
Go ahead, you finish your thought. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, but this is a widespread problem in academia that they're grappling with. parts of the peer review system need to be reviewed.
So many of these leaders won't even talk to the public. I mean, we've had these discussions. The head of Brandeis was here a month or two ago. I mean, talk about outspoken. I mean, the guy, and I don't mean that I love him, will never shut up. I mean, he will talk, will answer any question. Yeah. Alan Garber, I would argue, has the most important bully pulpit in higher education in the world, not in Cambridge, not in Boston, in the world, other than that one interview he did with some television show, I can't remember, 4 or 5. I don't know what it was. Yeah. I mean, he's almost like on a milk carton kind of thing. So, and I'm serious, and it's not just him. This is John the Case.
No,
I want to move to one.
Can I just say one thing about this? Just because but I mean, one is, yes, we as a faculty member, we need our university presidents to be out there. But I do want to just make sure we don't leave this conversation without the fact that the major cases involve Black academics. I think there's some questions about Jason Arde in terms of how bad was it, but what we're seeing is the plagiarism, but what we're seeing is a right-wing attack in a way that you're not seeing on the left wing against specifically a Black university president, a Black professor in England, and of course a Black Tufts professor. And then what you have on the other side, because it's worth saying, is Neri Oxman, the second wife of billionaire Bill Ackman, had similar accusations, a white woman, but very rich. She's able to defend herself. And she had accusations that I think were worse than certainly the ones we've seen in the United States. And she just gets to go off. So I just wanted to make clear, it's hard to look at these things as just academic because of the right-wing these people, these professors or university presidents only got their job because of some alleged DEI.
And one thing I'll add to that, it's also women presidents. We've seen the women
That's
presidents
right.
of the
That's
Ivy
right.
League pushed out because of the attacks from the Trump administration. It's also typically presidents early in their tenure. They don't have the confidence and the connections and the trust built yet, and they're vulnerable.
We only have a minute left, but very quickly before Brian teases how to get this thing one more time. In the last 24 hours, a whistleblower at the Department of Justice is now I'm asking you in your opinion hat, now that you can have one in print, said that, no shock to any grown-up, that these lawsuits against universities like anti-Semitism at Harvard, et cetera, the outcomes are predetermined, the facts are irrelevant, and that's right. Does anybody care? I mean, I know we all intellectually care, but this is, to me, this is going to be like a 1-minute story, after which we move on to the next atrocity. Am I being...
I think it's just a reminder that they need the administration needed a pretext to go after the universities, and universities are important for many reasons. In a democracy, they're places of dissent that are at odds with an administration like the one we're watching. It also immediately, when I read the story yesterday, the reports, I thought of a story I wrote last year about a DOJ attorney on the case, the anti-Semitism case against Harvard, who wrote a paper when he was a student at Harvard from Hitler's perspective. So that makes, and later said Mein Kampf was his favorite book. So to me, it was that's all I need to know. They're not genuinely concerned about anti-Semitism at Harvard and concerned about fixing the culture.
How do we get this newsletter? And you're guaranteeing that we will. How do you get
it?
Brian's dropping it off.
No, how are we getting it?
Globe.com/collegetown.
Can you get me the soup newsletter too? Or?
Yes. First, I have to go back and find out what the soup newsletter
Oh my God! You guys, I'm so excited about this because we are an industry town. I think it's going to be fantastic.
Congratulations.
We've been speaking.
I think it's great.
It's going to be great. We've been speaking with the Boston Globe opinion writer Hilary Burns and editor Brian Bergstein, the duo behind the College Town newsletter that will be emailed to you directly. It launches next week. Sign up going to bostonglobe.com/collegetown. Thank you both. Coming up after this quick break, our very own Carmen Sandiego travel writer Chris Muther joins us to dish on Dolly Parton's new truck stop. I was born for this. You heard that right. He's Jim Browdy. I am Juliette Kayyem in for Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM, live from the BPL and streaming at youtube.com, GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, Boston's new Chief of Arts and Culture, Joseph Zeal-Henry. The London-raised designer, curator, and urban planner has worked at the intersection of culture and city building on both sides of the Atlantic. Now he's helping shape Boston's cultural future, from affordable rehearsal space and a citywide culture plan to LEXICON, a towering installation at the Boston Public Library. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And the Cambridge Homes, a nonprofit, independent, and assisted living community in Cambridge, offering residents supportive services as well as cultural, educational, and social programs. thecambridgehomes.org/tradition. And M&M Skylights, located in Stoneham, installing and servicing the full range of Velux skylights that can help bring air and more natural light into homes. Skylight consultations can be scheduled at mmskylights.com.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Juliette Kayyem sitting in for Marjorie. I'm Jim Browdy. We're streaming, or the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Margaret Sullivan, we rave about her all the time. No more important media critic in the United States. She will zoom in. And on Friday, in person, two guys who served between them 50 years in jail for crimes they did not commit. Stephen Pina, whose case was resolved about a week ago, and Sean Ellis, who you all know about, and was the subject of Trial 4 on Netflix. They'll join us live at the library this Friday, and next week we're all off best of shows to do an end of summer thing. Joined now, continuing, I guess, our All Globe show at the Boston Public Library desk by our very own Dolly Maniac. That'd be Chrisopher Muther, travel writer at the Boston Globe. Hi, Christopher. How are you?
Hi, James. How are you?
I think I'm good. Nice to see you. How about her?
Hi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Oh, you don't know each other?
I don't think so.
Oh, he's rather incredible.
But I mean, your new piece. So I went to Dollywood with the kids and my husband, and people think, what? It was the best family vacation ever. And now she has a new truck stop that you just wrote about.
Yes. I have to say about Dollywood, though, it's like the one place in the entire country where everyone comes together.
Yes.
Like, you know, you've got, like, the gays who love Dolly. You've got, like, the
country.
The country. The red state, the blue state. Everybody loves Dolly. If she ran for president, I would endorse her 100%. And I know everybody wants my endorsement for president.
Exactly.
Yes.
So you didn't go to Dollywood, even though I'm sure you've been there. You went to the new truck stop.
I went to the new truck stop, which, you know, you think truck stop, who's going to, like, go to a truck stop?
You.
Me, of course.
You actually like delayed a flight or something. You did a different flight just to see it.
I delayed my flight so I could soak in the full dolliness of it all.
And describe the dolliness.
Oh, my God. So I'd say, you know, for folks at home who may not see, this is an expanse of library in front of me. And this would be like the size of the gift shop at the Dolly truck stop.
Is that really true?
It's hand to heart, yes.
Okay.
And it's just filled with the most glittery, butterfly, like beautiful Dolly, honky-tonk, backwood Barbie goodness.
Now, maybe you don't know this, but maybe you do. Is the infatuation with Dolly Parton because of what a great performer she is? You know what I listened to for the first time last week that I had never heard her sing before? Led Zeppelin's most famous song. Would you think that Dolly Parton would be doing it? You're the song guy. You don't know what I'm talking about?
Led Zeppelin?
Stairway to Heaven. Thank you very much. She was
Dolly
brilliant.
Parton did a Stairway to
Yeah, and it's beyond fabulous. By the way.
We got our extra
Is it
music.
because of her performances, or she's also? Jared's interviewed her. We talked to him about her, and we've read about her. She is one of the most generous, caring, high-profile people in this country. I mean, from book giveaways to low-income kids, all these. So which is it that motivates people, do you think?
I mean, some people love the fact that she's like a drag queen, a country drag queen. Some people love the fact that, you know, she just writes these amazing, beautiful songs.
Yeah.
And some people love her generosity. I refer to her as the inoculation angel because she gave like $1 million to COVID research.
I think also she's unapologetic. I mean, she talks about her hair and the makeup, and she won't let anyone see her until she's, 4 hours of getting the wig together. But also, she doesn't stop. How old is she now?
Like 80.
I know. When I read your piece, I was like, are we not done yet? Like, we got the libraries, we got the show, she has a new Broadway show. Like, she's sort of constantly putting stuff into, the world, which makes it very exciting because she's not stale in any way.
Exactly. And, now she's put a truck stop into the world.
Does it have gas? Does it actually have gas?
That's a good question.
You didn't check? Okay.
You were in Tennessee Anyway, I mean, a lot of us, what's that horrible thing when you're driving in Florida? South of the border. One of the worst things in history.
Love south of the border.
You love south of the border?
I do.
Atrocious.
Oh my God.
You see these billboards if you haven't done it, and then you finally get there. In the words of Peggy Lee, is that all there is? And the answer is, unfortunately, that is all there is. Didn't you feel? I was sort of embarrassed for you when I read the end of your story, and you said you chose the sit-down lunch instead of the buffet. I would bet you're the first person who has ever gone to any Dolly thing that had the sit-down lunch instead of the buffet.
It's Dolly. It's a classy rest stop. I did a classy lunch.
What'd you have for lunch?
I had pulled pork, fried green tomatoes.
Could have had all those in the buffet, Just
they
as
were
a story.
not at the buffet.
You're making that up,
So
I can tell.
No, she's good. She's good. She's going to make you choose.
She's going to make you choose.
Yeah.
And I wanted to sit and support the waitresses as well.
Oh, that's
so,
nice.
like Dolly.
That's very Dolly.
I'm like the Dolly of Boston.
Yeah.
We call them servers, by the way, in 2026, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Chrisopher Muther, can we move to something else? Yesterday, who was Trenny Casey was co-hosting, and we talked about having kids in restaurants, and it ended up being kids on planes. And you've heard me say this before. You write a lot of columns about rules in the airport, rules on the planes, etc. My view, this is not intended to be a joke. I think there should be separate planes where parents with kids can fly, and then if an adult who doesn't have a kid wants to be on that, it's fine. Otherwise, adult planes is the corollary. I'm sure you read the story. You haven't written about it yet. The kid who won't get buckled.
Yes.
They end up, I think it's Porter Airlines, having to take the plane back in. They have to cancel the flight because by that time it's beyond the deadline for flying or whatever. What's your position on out-of-control young people, despite, in this case, it appears their parents' best efforts?
I mean, in this particular case, and first let me just say I'm not shocked to hear that you have no patience whatsoever for small children.
Yeah.
Just
Thank you.
No room in your heart
I appreciate
for
it.
understanding and those
Thank
sorts
you.
of things.
You ever been on a plane with a little kid in front of you?
Oh,
Did
have
you
I ever
not
been on a
try?
plane?
Wait, you act like you're not a father. You have children.
I
Like,
do.
what do you just stay in Cambridge
I
for
put them on
20
a separate plane, and no. Go ahead. What's your take on this thing?
So in this particular case, if this were an adult doing this, I'd be like, yes, get that person off the plane. They should not be on the plane. A child in this case, I'd say the parent should know enough that they're holding up an entire plane. I mean, kids aren't necessarily always rational, as in seldom rational. So that's when you, as a responsible adult parent, you pick up your
offer to get off the plane
you offer to get off
voluntarily.
the plane.
I agree with
That's
that.
actually a good solution.
Can you imagine the amount of stink eye these parents were getting from their child? I mean, I actually probably would have left the kid and said, I don't know who that is. That's the
I mean, from
embarrassment.
all accounts, I had not thought that was an option and probably the right one. But by all accounts, this was a kid who was not a tantrum. It was the kid was terrified, or at least that's some of the commentary. And they were all trying to console the kid, and just the kid got something. But I think that's right, that there's a responsibility of parents, just like kicking the back of the chair. It shouldn't be on you to turn your head around and say to the parent, get your kid in order.
I did that, and they threatened to have air marshals take me off the plane.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. I mean, we're not. I'm with you on that. I'm with you. But people should have their kids behave better on planes. But everyone should behave better on planes. The way people
I agree
dress.
with that.
Do you know someone brought? Okay, this is my. You want an airline for just adults. I want an airline with no tuna fish. Like, what is with the being able to buy tuna fish sandwiches at an airport and then open them in the airplane? All of it should be banned. It's unfair.
Or even worse, Chipotle. Someone buys Chipotle, or someone brings their own steamed broccoli from home.
That is no Tupperware in the airplane.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry.
TSA
Yes,
Can I
should
add
be
one
locking
thing
that down.
to this discussion, which came up from a caller the other day, but it's true. When we brought our second kid home from China, she had ear infection, and it was clear the thing on the plane was going to be a problem. And the only person who was more freaked out about our kid being on the plane were us. Because when you're a parent and you have a fairly good, there was no alternative. Ultimately, she had to come home. The embarrassment you feel as a semi-responsible parent when you know your kid is going to, when you know your kid is going to go nuts is almost as horrible as what other people experience. We're talking to Chrisopher Muther, travel guy. So 15 Beacon is voted, XV Beacon is voted best hotel, not in Boston, but in America?
In the country.
In the
entire country.
It was shocking.
Best city hotel in the country.
And you anonymously decide to do 2 stays to see if the voters made the right choice. What did you conclude there, Chrisopher Muther?
I think the voters were probably on the bath salts that they provide for
guests. That's really...
Tell us why. It was surprising. Yeah, what was the biggest, why is this on the list? And what is the list?
The list is travel and leisure, and it's a reader list. So it's like reader's choice. It's not like people like myself, professionals going in. Like Forbes, for instance, will send in professionals with a checklist. This is just readers who are like, I loved staying there. I'm gonna write in and say it's the best place. So when I went in, what I expect from a best hotel in the country would be walking in and being greeted with eye contact, and have someone say, welcome, Mr. Muther. We're so glad you're here. Blah blah blah. What I said in the story is sometimes I worry when I check into a hotel in Boston that someone will know who I am. And I'll get treated different, which I don't want to have happen. In this case, that was not a problem. I could tell they had no idea who I was. They didn't even look up, and my name did not register. And it was an odd thing. And then I've never been a fan of the decorating scheme at 15
How would you
Beacon.
describe it?
I describe it as sort of like a late 90s idea.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Is it the color scheme, or what does that mean?
The color scheme. I mean, think about what your home looks like.
Okay.
Sort of like a 90s kind of vibe
beige.
going on.
It's all
there.
beige, essentially. Yeah.
Right. 50 Shades of Beige.
I didn't know you'd been there. Exactly.
You weren't around. It's when you were shaving your head.
Your last line is, for the price, I'd trade 15 Beacon for a fresher hotel that greets you with a smile every time you check in. When you write a review like that, do they inundate you with after whatever, do they call you and say, with all due respect, you didn't come back, you didn't quite get it right? I mean, we had Frank Rich on years ago before he left the New York Times, the butcher of Broadway, as he's called.
Yes.
One bad review, and he could shut down a play on Broadway like that, needless to say, New York Times, obviously. You weren't quite there, but you were relatively critical.
Oh, yeah.
So do you hear from them?
Yeah, it's shocking. I was bracing myself to hear from them. I did not hear from them. And I hope what they came away with was the fact that this was constructive criticism. I wasn't trying to take a place down. I wanted to say, well, one, you shouldn't be best hotel in the country. You shouldn't be named that.
But besides that,
here are some things that, might set you in that direction. Maybe get rid of the stainless steel surrounds on the wall with the gas fireplaces. But really, start with the people. Don't have the concierge tell me that Thoreau wrote on Golden Pond.
Yeah.
What's your favorite? What is the best hotel in Boston? Raffles.
I like Raffles a lot.
How much is that? $2,000 a night?
Oh no, you could get a bargain at $19.99.
That's great. So is that your favorite hotel? You wrote that it was, right?
Yeah.
At one time, it was my favorite. I'm trying to tick through my brain quickly, but I think Raffles probably is my favorite right now. Still, yeah.
I have to ask you about this summer, because as we come to an end of your time here, it has been a fun summer, and you've been reflecting on it in great ways. And people ask me, how was your summer? I go, fantastic, and I don't. There's reasons that it was fantastic, and there's reasons that it wasn't fantastic, but there was a vibe here that was a vibe in the country that was just great. And I think all of us are sort of nervous about the long weekend and what's going to happen and the cold weather, but also, are we going to end that vibe? What's your take on the future of fun?
Yeah, I mean, Boston was really fun.
Yeah.
And I say that in a surprised way, and I intend to say it in a surprised way, because there was just so much going on. And, maybe part of it is that I travel so much, I'm not around to really fully absorb all of it, but I made sure I was around at this time, and I was staying on a houseboat when things were happening in the middle of town. It was fun.
Did you write about that?
I did, yeah.
Oops. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks
I'll
for
look that
keeping
one
up, Jim. I appreciate that.
I'm sure it was excellent. I'll be reading it.
Make sure you have his email, because this is a big deal. I know it's not a newsletter.
Wait a second. We only have 2 minutes left. The disappointing piece, you identified the issue, which is how do we keep the fun going? And I'm reading your piece, and I assume at the end, like you always do, you're going to have 42 suggestions. You have none.
No, I have a big suggestion.
What is it?
Keep the fun going.
Okay,
it's not that hard.
No, I'm serious. What do you think? I mean, there's stuff at Beacon Hill that would continue the 3 a.m. thing and whatever they're called, the social zones or whatever the hell they are. But beyond that, I mean, we've had Healy and Wu here since that all happened, and both the governor and the mayor say they have concrete plans to continue the, quote, fun, the vibe, as she said.
And I actually did have concrete suggestion, which is like businesses really need to think about how they're approaching customers. You know, we had these moments at bars where where the Scots were being welcomed, and yes, they were bringing energy, but the energy was getting reflected back by servers, by all of that, and I feel like there isn't enough hospitality.
So how do you create? But what does one do to? I'm serious about this. What does one do to create a more hospitality-focused community?
Well, one is to maybe not be as surly as someone like yourself.
Okay, fine, thank you.
But
I'm not in the hospitality business.
For a reason. Lucky for all of us.
Okay, go ahead.
The idea would be, you know, like at the business level, like let's say I'm the owner of whatever pub, and I would go in with like this energy, and I would say to servers, not waitresses, servers, that, you know, this is really important. This is really sort of like get your energy, get your smiles, because as you know,
I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, know your community. So if you have a community that has, you know, a group of immigrants from some country, and there's a big game, to have the watch parties. People will come out for them. I know you and I are unlikely to, but they will. So I think let's continue the fun.
Yes,
until
there
February,
ways,
when I get to complain.
Ways to do that.
Yes, exactly.
We will all be complaining in February. That's for sure.
Well, thank you so much.
Good
We've
to
been
see you,
speaking with Chrisopher Muther, travel writer at the Boston Globe. Christopher, thank you. Nice to meet you. We say goodbye to you listening on any PM, but make sure to tune in to the Fabulous 413 starting at 3 p.m. this afternoon. The show continues here in Boston. Coming up after this quick break, Massachusetts lawmakers are trying to regulate rules around e-bikes in the state. We'll speak with one legislator leading the charge and a pediatric surgeon raising alarm bells about their dangerousness. I have opinions as a mother. He's Jim Browdy. I'm Juliette Kayyem in for Marjorie Egan. You are listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM, live from the BPL and streaming at youtube.com. GBH News. Halfway there, Jim. Still got the energy.
Trusted reporting is here for you every day on GBH Radio, and the best way to support it is by becoming a GBH sustainer. Sustainers make small monthly contributions that make a big difference. Learn more at gbh.org/sustainer.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And New Bedford Whaling Museum, dedicated to igniting learning for all ages through explorations of art, history, science, and culture. More about their summer programming and exhibits available at whalingmuseum.org. And Roto-Rooter, providing plumbing, drain cleaning, and water cleanup services in North America since 1935. 24/7 emergency services available. Service information and scheduling can be found at rotorooter.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Welcome back to hour number 2 of BPR and 89.7 GBH. He is Jim Browdy. I am Juliette Kayyem, not Marjorie Egan. I'll be here today and tomorrow with Jim. We're live from the BPL, streaming at youtube.com. GBH News. Hello again, Jim.
Hello again, Juliette. And as I said, Margaret Sullivan, media critic, will be with us, formerly of the Times and the Washington Post. She'll be with us tomorrow on Zoom. And Stephen Pina and Sean Ellis, who between them served 50 years in prison for crimes they did not commit, will join us in person. on Friday to talk about the obvious. Waymos aren't the only electric vehicles, that's how we started the show, stalking our streets. E-bikes and e-scooters have been zooming around the Commonwealth in droves. And as the number of these e-mobility devices skyrockets, so have the number of e-bike-related emergency department visits. They've more than doubled in the first half of the year, according to the state's Department of Public Health. And we're not alone. New York City experienced, I'm sure you know, 3 fatal crashes involving electric scooters and bikes this year, including a double fatality involving a scooter and a bicyclist. The potential good news, Beacon Hill is taking steps to regulate e-bikes and scooters, adding safety provisions and House and Senate versions of the Economic Development Bill. It's now in conference committee. Joining us to talk about the risks and what can be done is Dr. Cornelia Griggs, a pediatric surgeon, critical care specialist, and assistant professor in surgery at MGH and Harvard Medical School. Doctor, it's great to have you. Thanks for being here. A state representative, James Arciero, is the House chair of the Joint Committee on Transportation and member of the special committee on a word I never heard till last night, micromobility. It's great to have you, Representative. Doctor, welcome to you both.
Thank you both for your work too. I have a personal experience with e-bikes, which I had boys who were teenagers. I did not think, I mean, so obvious. I did not think that I'm bringing a dangerous thing into the house. They were on it for one day, and I sold it the next day. I was like, "There's no way." So I want to hear your e-bike stories, professionally, personally, and then what got you to this moment.
Absolutely. As a mother myself, I identify with that strongly. And I want to start off by saying I don't want to come off as the fun police, but as a pediatric surgeon, you guys were talking about the vibe in Boston being the summer of fun. For pediatric surgeons in Massachusetts and across the country, it's the summer of e-bike injuries. Wow. We are seeing a huge increase. Nothing in trauma is moving like this, like pediatric e-bike and e-scooter injuries. And the term I actually like for these devices is e-vehicles, because those are the types of injury patterns that we're seeing. These are not cuts and scrapes and bumps and bruises. These are traumatic brain injuries, intracranial injuries. These are serious facial fractures that are landing children in the ICU. And what parents at home are hearing from their kids are, please, 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 can I have an e-bike? All my friends are getting one. And I think what a lot of parents and grandparents don't realize is they're handing a vehicle to children. When you put a 12-year-old on a 60-pound vehicle going 28 miles per hour, that is a vehicle crash, and the injury pattern looks the same.
By the way, you wrote a great piece in the Globe, an op-ed with Caitlin Coit that people should read, COIT, that really lays out the problem beautifully. So what's Beacon Hill doing, Representative?
Yeah, so in 2024, you look at post-pandemic, we've seen this just large volume of micromobility devices in every corner of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'm in Westford, I'm in the suburban area.
You have a 10-year-old kid.
I have a 10-year-old, and on a regular basis, we go on the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail, which starts in Lowell but goes through Westford, where I live. We have to look both ways, both times. Yeah. There's people going 30 miles an hour, in the rail trail. I talked to some of my colleagues and friends in the cities, and obviously we've seen a lot of the food service industry zipping through traffic, and Representative Jay Livingstone, one of my close friends who represents the Back Bay, says this all the time. He says, my constituents, what I hear the most of is walking on the sidewalk and not getting hit by one of these things and risking some sort of an injury. So,
but if it wasn't for food service trucks, we wouldn't have anything for the president to ride in. So there are pluses too. I'm sorry. So
with that, with the Economic Development Bill in 2024, we put forward a commission. And
this micromobility
commission to get to get some guidelines to move forward. We have communities that are sort of patchworking local ordinances to try to figure out how to keep kids safe, how to keep their pedestrians safe.
Pull your mic up just to drop it.
So essentially what we were able to do was put forward this commission. The commission came forward with recommendations. We took those recommendations into legislative form, and we started the first initial step in regulation of micromobility devices.
And this is speed. My understanding is, I think you call it a framework, but whatever it is speed-based. Explain without giving people a headache. What exactly does that mean?
So, first we wanted to define these devices that, have expanded so much in the last 5 to 6 years. And then secondly, we wanted to put them in a tier by speed from, tier 0, which would be, anything that goes, typical bike, micromobility aid device, someone who possibly is disabled that needs a sidewalk, et cetera. And and then up to 20 miles per hour, which would be the cutoff, and that would be tier 0. And then there's 2 additional tiers that would go up to 40 miles per hour. So the second tier would be anything that goes from 21 to 30.
So the regulations where they can go and what the rules are is dependent upon the speed of the vehicle.
Certainly.
And I assume that's so when it's a new vehicle in a year, you don't have to pass new legislation. This would cover all these kinds of things.
So essentially the way we're looking at this is first we wanted to create the framework, and then secondly, we wanted to have a minimum age in the House. The governor's bill and the Senate did not reflect this, but the House, and certainly when we had our public hearing on the governor's micromobility bill, the Ride Safe Act, that's when I met Dr. Griggs and a number of surgeons that came in to talk about the need to move forward and get this done quickly, and especially the age. And so we figured that the appropriate age for this would be 16 years old.
Under 16, if it can go 20 or more, no deal.
If it's
Is that what you're saying?
The way I say it, if it's motorized, you can't go on the sidewalk, number one. And number two, if it's motorized, you have to be at least 16 years old.
And is the Senate
on the
agree
age
on
piece,
that? On the age
the age
piece?
piece, they have 14, but I think it's certainly something we can work
Are you
out.
going to fight for 16?
We are.
Yeah.
You are?
Yes.
Are you seeing a big difference between, is that because if you're older than 16, you're more likely to have a driver's license and therefore know how to use
More
a
likely
motor?
to have a brain that
Yeah.
can figure out this stuff, right?
Yeah, I think there is a disproportionate number of children who are under 16 that we're seeing injured in the hospital. They haven't taken driver's ed. They don't know the rules of the road. It's their first time having access to something that moves that quickly. And they're being marketed for children specifically as a fun toy. And these are not toys. And the injury pattern that we're seeing as a result of children being given access to them are more reflective of a motor vehicle injury.
So if you do speed and age and then helmets, is that the last piece, or?
The last piece would be sort of universal helmets for individuals, except for tier 0, which would be a typical bike or something up to 20, assisted up to 20 miles per hour.
You know, Doctor, Marjorie often makes fun of me correctly, saying that I think people should wear helmets walking down the street, and I sort of do. When I make the mistake to occasionally go to New Hampshire and you see a guy or a woman on a motorcycle going 80 miles an hour with no helmet, you say, I mean, literally you feel like jumping out of your skin. Where are you, as somebody who treats the injuries from those who don't, where are you on the whole helmet issue?
I, as a surgeon, would love to see universal helmeting, but understandably, we want people to have access, especially adults, to a green, safe way to commute. We don't want to limit that, but my focus as a pediatric surgeon is absolutely on children. I think the other piece that parents, grandparents, children don't realize is that the average bike helmet is really not rated for anything faster than 20 miles per hour. So
Interesting.
if
So-
you're on that, you need a full motorcycle helmet.
So because I noticed that City Bikes has e-bikes now, which so you could just get an e-bike by being a member of City Bikes, and you're off and running like you're in a motorcycle with no additional training and, of course, no helmet requirement.
Yeah, I'd love to see people wear helmets as much as possible, seriously. And what we see really commonly is kids riding around with helmet dangling from handlebars.
Or hidden in the lawn, but I'm not hidden in the bushes.
That's the voice of Dr. Cornelia Griggs, and she's a pediatric surgeon and more from MGH Harvard Medical School. State Representative James Arciero is the House Chair of the Joint Committee on Transportation. Pardon my cynicism, Representative, but you may not be aware the Senate President and the House Speaker aren't that crazy about each other. You may have read that in the newspaper.
Not sure.
Okay, so is something good actually going to happen? The good news, it seems to me, as an outsider, is the fact that it's attached to the economic development bill, which obviously something has to happen, was a conscious decision by you or somebody to say, we got to glue it to something that's going to become law. Is that a safe assumption?
It is. I think initially the House, put this into the economic development bill because of time and making sure that, we met the moment and we're able to pass this framework and move forward. The real kind of piece of this, Jim, is going to be the teeth that we got to create in this working group. That's the other part of this, right? What
does that mean? The implementation deal?
So there's the implementation of the framework, but then how are we going to enforce this stuff?
How are you going to enforce it?
Well, that's what the working group's for.
Yeah.
So what we did, similar to Dr. Griggs, at least the way I sort of operate is, as a chair of this committee, is I listen to the people that are doing the work, the people that see this every day. That's how we arrived at the 16-year-old minimum. Secondly, I think this working group, which will pass as part of this micromobility bill, we'll put forward a working group to look at registration, to look at education, to look at public safety, and sort of a catch-all for all the things that we didn't anticipate right away as this industry continues to evolve.
Does registration mean a license plate on these?
Yeah.
Oh, hallelujah!
So this is an interesting. This is an interesting thing. So part of the commission that we came up with was this sort of concept of a QR code sticker registration. So if your micromobility device is going over 20 miles per hour, 21 to 30, there is that discussion of having this registration. How would this work? So. You know, sometimes legislators tend to pass things and put things out there and not know how it works yet. So essentially this working group is to come up with a plan on registering these bikes that go that fast.
Did you say, if you said this a minute ago in your answer to Juliet's question, Dr. Griggs, my apologies, but the whole age thing, when the Senate 14 and below and 16, you wrote about brain development, right? That's what the critical issue is, right?
Absolutely. There's a reason that we have sort of a common age when we give adolescents access to motor vehicles, and that age in most places around the country and in Massachusetts is age 16. Under that, I have a lot of suspicion and skepticism that children are really ready to have access to a heavy device that goes any faster than 20 miles per hour.
So you're going to come back in a few months and tell us 16 was the age?
No, we hope so.
I didn't finish the sentence. And say that the report out of the conference committee is that it's 16 years old. Are you confident about that?
I am.
You are?
I do. I feel confident.
It's
a priority by both branches.
Can I ask another thing? I'm sorry. Can I ask another thing that drives me nuts while you're here? I'm really glad you're here. But it's relating to this kind of thing. I wrote a piece for the Globe years ago about this. I can't remember where I did. I sat, I think, in Central Square somewhere. And I'm not anti-bike, by the way, at all. You have to always say that when you criticize anything about a cyclist. I'm not at all. I think environmentally it's great. For health it's great, that sort of thing. Something like 11 out of 12 bikes in a period of X number of minutes ran a red light. And, you know, what Marjorie says when I bring this up is, well, I looked both ways and nothing was coming. And my response to her is, oh, so should cars do that too? Look both ways at a red light? And of course they shouldn't. Why are we so reluctant? They're subject to the same traffic laws that car drivers are. Why don't we enforce these damn things?
I think we should. I mean, I think it's antiquated. I think there's you know, even in this space that we're talking about today, it's such a growing field with technology. You mentioned Waymo earlier. There's so many new sort of pieces of industry in the transportation.
You did something about Waymo too?
Not this session.
Oh, you're not?
This session. We're gonna probably tackle that next session or moving forward. This particular session. Micromobility was our priority.
Let's do that. That's great.
Yeah.
Dr. Griggs, what are you hearing? Is any city, any community that you're talking to doing it well? I figure there's a consortium of national doctors who are pounding, saying this is horrible. But
absolutely, there's a hospital in San Diego where e-vehicle injuries is now the #1 cause of traumatic admission to the hospital. Yeah. Over guns, over cars. New Jersey passed a pretty good law, but honestly, I feel very optimistic about this legislation, and Massachusetts is poised to pass the best and most comprehensive safety legislation for children in the country.
And by the way, you, at the end of your piece with your colleague, you listed 3 criteria that need to be met. Did the House bill, in your estimation, meet all 3 of those criteria?
Absolutely.
So you're happy?
We're in favor.
One last thing about your job for a second. I assume every time you have to treat a kid who's got a horrible, obviously it's horrible regardless, when you encounter a kid who's got a serious injury that you know is preventable, as opposed to something that arguably isn't, what does it do to you as the human inside the you know what I mean?
Absolutely. The concept you're bringing up is that my work is very meaningful and very fulfilling, right? We can pull people out of the river, but to fix the broken bridge, we really have to partner with legislators. And I feel very optimistic about this legislation. I do.
Good.
That's fabulous.
Well, thank you both for what you're doing. I am, as I told you, I am a supporter of doing something about these. There's no good age under 16. I will tell you that. We've been speaking with Dr. Cornelia Griggs, a pediatric surgeon, critical care specialist, and assistant professor in surgery at MGH and Harvard Medical School, and state representative James Arciero, chair of Joint Committee on Transportation. Thank you both for what you're doing. Coming up after this quick break, media maven Sue O'Connell joins us once more as a courtroom insider for the Lindsay Clancy trial. He's Jim Browdy. I'm Juliette Kayyem, in for Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR on 89.7 GBH, live from the BPL and streaming at youtube.com GBH News. Thank
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, a new study out of Norway found that the pied flycatcher will change its tune after it's been sleeping around. So you hear that? That is pre-coital. Host?
But you caught me on the counter. Wasn't me.
Yeah, probably not, but maybe. We'll ask the guy behind the study. That's the Curiosity Desk, today at 1 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Concord Park, a Volunteers of America senior community in Concord, offering wellness, care, and support services to help seniors age in place, including a Compass Memory Support Neighborhood. ConcordPark.org/care. And M. Steinert & Sons Pianos, the region's authorized Steinway dealer, presents the return of the Symphony Hall Piano Event, Friday, September 11th through Sunday the 13th at Symphony Hall. msteinert.com.
Welcome back to BPR 89.7 GBH. Marjorie Egan is not here. Juliette Kayyem is here. I am Jim Browdy. We're live at the library, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow on Zoom, Margaret Sullivan, media critic extraordinaire, especially about how Trump is covered or not covered, and Stephen Pina and Sean Ellis, who between them served 50 years in prison for crimes they did not commit, will join us in person at the library on Friday. Next week, we're all off for a summer break or near end of summer break. Joined on Zoom by media maven Sue O'Connell, courtroom insider for Commonwealth Confidential, the Lindsay Clancy trial on NBC 10, and Hallie Jackson now on NBCnews.com. Sue, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you. Hi,
Great
thank
to see you. Are you outside the courtroom?
I am indeed. I'm outside the Plymouth courthouse in lovely Plymouth, Massachusetts. Not where the Pilgrims landed first, as I keep telling everyone who's here.
Thanks for the update.
Thank you, Sue. It's been a week. Every week it's been a week, but the first couple days of this week brought forth a mother, a mother-in-law, and a psychiatrist. Can you just give us a sort of quick rundown of the lay of the land and what you're hearing, what you're seeing?
Yeah, Kevin Reddington, the defense attorney for Lindsay Clancy, started doing his chief of case this week. And basically bringing the people up to the stand who in a normal murder trial, not that there is a normal murder, but in a regular trial, these victims would be the witnesses for the prosecution. So you had Lindsay Clancy's mother get up and tearfully talk about how Lindsay was in crisis and how much she loves her 3 grandchildren, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. And how much she really tried to help Lindsay in her time of need. And then her mother-in-law got up, who is her ex-husband, or ex-mother-in-law, her ex-husband Patrick's mother, who also testified to wanting to help more. Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, is a nurse. She works in maternity wards. And she talked about how she connected Lindsay to get help for her postpartum issues. And also both of them presenting Lindsay as a loving and caring mother, and a psychiatrist who did not treat Lindsay but was an expert witness, talked about how Lindsay most likely had psychosis, had postpartum issues. And one of the things that's become apparent from this testimony on both the prosecution and the defense side is that Lindsay was most likely bipolar and not diagnosed appropriately. And the medication she was given along with the postpartum issues made everything worse.
You know, speaking of psychiatrists, there was a little sound from the trial that has really stayed with me. I wanted to share with people if they missed it, where a psychiatrist called by the defense is Dr. Paul Zeisel, I hope I pronounce it right, testifies to hearing Lindsay Clancy tell her then-husband Patrick that she heard a voice telling her to kill her children. Here's the psychiatrist, then a defense attorney, then the psychiatrist again.
She heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
I'd let her call her husband out of human. You know, there's almost every line. I don't know how you sit in that room.
Yeah.
I don't know how. Almost every line is heartbreakingly sad in this thing. Do you continue to? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I've spoken to you before. Continue to believe that that the case was not made now that the prosecution is rested?
Yes, Jim. This is, I think, again, another example of a district attorney overcharging a case. I think had they charged Lindsay Clancy with manslaughter, we would be having a different conversation here. Every defense witness, every prosecution witness has basically said she was a loving mother one day. She was having a mental health crisis, seeking help. And then out of nowhere, by most accounts, she strangled her 3 children to death and then tried to unsuccessfully commit suicide. So Dr. Paul is on the stand right now, and he's actually been in the courtroom, and I've talked to him every day. He is exactly like that in the hallway as he is on the stand, and probably one of the best expert witnesses I've ever seen testify. But he's really brought a lot into this as in terms of affirming what he knows, meeting Lindsay, and then reading the report. I think it's going to be a heavy lift for the prosecution to actually meet the burden that the government needs to meet here.
Yeah, there's talk of sort of this group of people that are now showing up in the courtroom to bear witness, mothers, nurses, others who are sort of showing solidarity. It's such a different feel from our other high-profile cases over the years. What are they doing? Are they just sitting there, or does who is this group of people?
So it's interesting you say that, Juliet, because this is actually the first few days. The small number who were here wanted to be very clear. They're not here about Lindsay Clancy being found not guilty or guilty. They were here because they want to raise awareness about postpartum. I met a man, obviously not a postpartum issue, but who suffered a psychotic break and killed his son in Canada. They have a very different approach to crimes like this. And he was down here advocating. And every day, more and more people, men and women, are coming into the courtroom just to bear witness to this, and also to say, had Lindsay and Patrick, this middle class, upper middle class, white, educated couple with all this family support, the system failed them, and you can only imagine what it's doing for other people. And so they are peacefully standing around the issue. Some are explicitly standing with Lindsay, and I know there's going to be a peaceful standout somewhere around here tomorrow that's being organized. But it's a very different advocacy for issues rather than for a person. And as you say, I think it's unlike, I like seeing it like this because I think sometimes we latch onto a person and it happened to that person. And then that person either gets let out of jail or wins the case and then we move on. But I think this is a good way of encouraging advocacy to try and fix the institutions that are putting us in the position where we have 3 dead babies and the mother on trial for murdering.
And obviously, if you didn't say the name, we're talking about Karen Reed with people in the streets. There's a wonderful piece that we're referencing. It's by Chloe Kraft and a Globe correspondent called "The Witch Trials in Massachusetts Never Ended. Mothers, Nurses Attend Clancy Trial in Solidarity." I know this is your opinion is an understatement, but are you hopeful that we are learning lessons, we, the broader public, from this trial about something that most of us knew almost nothing before the trial of Clancy started?
Yeah, I mean, I hope that we're learning lessons, but I hope that the medical and mental health professionals are also learning lessons. One of the foundations that Kevin Reddington has been laying down here, the defense attorney, is that there's, I think, 1 or 2 mentions in the big, the book that has all the mental health diagnosis, only 1 or 2 mentions of postpartum psychosis. Meanwhile, everybody gets up and talks about how it's an actual thing. So he's actually suggesting to the jurors that they are ahead of the medical and mental health professionals on this, and that we need to start treating the most dangerous time for women in their lives is when they are pregnant and right after they are pregnant. And it's time that I think we start really looking at this, and also just the limits of what our system does. I've also had a number of conversations with reporters from around the world who can't believe that our doctors can't access all of our health records, that you could actually withhold information from doctors. So there's a lot of learning, I hope, that comes out of this, not just for the general public, but also for our medical and mental health institutions and providers. And I know many of them are doing the best job they can with the system they have, but something's going to change here.
What's the calendar like in terms of what to expect? So you think the prosecution didn't make their case. We now have the defense witnesses. Is there a chance that a judge would step in? I have not practiced criminal law. Is there a chance that a judge could step in and say it's not here, or is this going to a jury no matter what?
Yeah, I think this is going to go to a jury no matter what, Julian. It's just such a high-profile case. I don't think Judge Sullivan would want to look like he was interfering. You know, the defense already made their motion that they hadn't hit the level of evidence before they presented their case. Defense has been trying to rest since last Tuesday. Kevin Reddington really wants an efficient trial, but we've had a lot of stops and starts. They expect to rest maybe as early as tomorrow, latest by Thursday. And then, of course, the prosecution will have their rebuttal, and this will go to a jury. But, you know, again, we have to remind ourselves that we vote for our district attorneys here in Massachusetts. The most powerful people, I think, in our lives are judges, district attorneys, and police officers on the beat, because they make determinations about how our life actually gets lived, especially if we run afoul of the law. And again, I think this case was way overcharged. I often just sit here counting how much of my tax dollars are being spent on this. And again, the prosecution had 6 or 7 theories. They were almost like the defense. You know, the defense usually says, well, maybe this, maybe that. And at this point, they're really just kind of grasping at straws, to the point of yesterday challenging Sue Clancy, Lindsay's former mother-in-law, about her Catholicism on the stand, which was like a breathtaking moment. I was in a courtroom where everyone gasped when the prosecutor said, you know, as a Catholic, you know that murder is a mortal sin.
Can we have that sound, by the way?
We have that.
It's totally disgraceful.
It's outrageous.
Here is a prosecutor, and then Sue Clancy, and then the prosecutor, and then the judge. Here's that sound Sue's referencing.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Counsel, can I see you over here?
Yeah. That is absolutely disgusting.
Outrageous. And the amazing thing is, it wasn't the defense that raised the objection.
Right.
The judge said, wait a second, we're not going. It does appear that they are scratching.
You're not allowed. Yeah, you're not allowed to bring in someone's religion to impeach a witness. I think what the prosecution was trying to do was say that Lindsay, as a practicing Catholic, since you're a practicing Catholic and they went to Mass, must know that this was a sin, so therefore she was thinking about it. But I guarantee they lost 3 jurors. We're in Plymouth County. Almost 40% of people in Plymouth County are Catholic. Yeah. And I think it offended so many people. And, you know, people smarter than me think it might be grounds for a mistrial, but to your point, I think this is definitely going to the jury.
Yeah.
Hey, Sue, your coverage is really insightful and great.
Thank you, Sue.
And thanks for your
Appreciate that.
time.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have been
Sue
speaking to Sue O'Connell, who has been covering this trial from the beginning, courtroom insider for Commonwealth Confidential, the Lindsay Clancy trial on NBC 10, and Haley Jackson now on NBCnews.com. Thank you, Sue. We know it is not easy to be in that courtroom. Coming up after this quick break, we'll end the show with you and your love or maybe hate of Costco. He's Jim Browdy. I'm Juliette Kayyem in for Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR on 89.7 GBH, live from BPL and streaming at youtube.com GBH News.
If it matters in Massachusetts, it's on In Common.
This weekend in Northampton, a little bit off the beaten path, on the outskirts of Salem, from across Massachusetts and around New England.
With reporting from 3 newsrooms across the Commonwealth, you'll get a statewide perspective you won't find anywhere else. What's happening, why it matters, and how it connects us. From the Berkshires to the Bay. Listen to In Common, Saturdays at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, offering business and personal wealth management and private banking services, investing more than $240 million in local communities since 1994. More at cambridgetrust.com. And Berkeley, presenting its inaugural homecoming block party outside Fenway, featuring Susan Tedeschi, Tiwa Savage, and more. September 19th from 1 to 6. Tickets at berkeley.edu/homecoming.
Welcome back to BPR 89.7 GBH. Marjorie Egan out, Juliette Kayyem in. I'm Jim Browdy. We're live at the library, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. Margaret Sullivan, speaking of insightful, the most thoughtful media critic in America, particularly about how Trump is covered, will zoom into our show tomorrow. Stephen Pina and Sean Ellis, who between them served 50 years in jail for crimes they didn't commit, will join us in person at the library on Friday. And all of us are off next week, best of shows, and then we'll be back. The news is out. In addition to rotisserie chickens for $4.99, cheapo hot dogs for $1.50, sweatpants, Taylor Farms lettuce, and 9-piece luggage sets. Well, you'll learn why we mention that in a minute. You can soon purchase This is unbelievable. You can purchase Medicare Advantage plans at your local Costco wholesale. Then there's the headline recently in the Wall Street Journal: the one thing everyone in America can agree on, Costco. So what can't Costco do? We're going to spend the rest of the show today waxing poetic, I think, maybe some of you don't feel that way, about the fluorescently lit, overcrowded big box store that has a cult following, including the two of us. Even in this era of buying local to protest corporate overlords, Americans can't get enough of Costco. Maybe it's the prices, maybe it's the cafe. My favorite story: Costco has charged the same $1.50 for its fabulous hot dog and refillable soda since 1985. It's an iconic offering, fiercely protected by Costco founder Jim Sinegal, who once told his successor as CEO, this is a quote, "If you raise the price of the effing hot dog, I will kill you." A man after my own heart. So are you a Costco fanatic? If you are, why? Or are you a holdout? And if you are, why? The number is 877-301-8970. I forgot. They also pay good wages. They have good health benefits. For a big box store, they're rated generally as a pretty good employer. 877-301-8970. So you're a Costcoite yourself, correct?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, I have to admit, I buy things there that I did not know I needed, but I absolutely needed them. And I kind of like that. Well, you know, going in for, I think I was going in because I really love their ribs. You know, they have the long package ribs and they're super good. And this was, you know, I sort of miss Costco now because I don't have any kids in the house. So I'm not shopping like that anymore. But when the kids are around, so I walk in and apparently I really needed a 9-piece luggage set. That's why it was in the opening. And you know, I generally take care for big purchases like that. You sort of think about it like, oh, I need new luggage. And then you sort of look online. Though. It was such a deal. I still have it. I don't use it as much because it's not as like, you know, easy to move around as some of the newer luggage pieces. But that is it. I have a friend who bought a piano, not walking into Costco, not thinking he needed a piano.
Does he know how to play the piano?
Yes, he did. But he just thought, you know, like, you know, for $999, that's a lot better than you can get almost anywhere else.
I actually now have 3 refrigerators in my kitchen. No, that is true. By the way, I've deluded myself. When you get to the ribs, I often will buy a huge thing of meat because it's so cheap. And the reason I delude myself into it, you know what I bought, which is one of the great little trinkets for the kitchen? I brought a vacuum sealer about a year ago, you know, where you can seal stuff so it can be frozen for months.
Has it changed your life?
Oh, totally changed.
I think I need to do this because I don't know how to shop for 2 people. I throw stuff out all the time.
But that's the good news. The bad news is you shrink wrap it or whatever you call it, vacuum seal it, and then it stays in the freezer for 10 years.
Because you forgot you did it.
Because you forget you did it. In any case, but if you don't forget, you write a little note on the thing, it's excellent. 877-301-8970. And this is a true story. The person I almost always go to Costco with is my younger daughter, who's 32. We don't shop right away. We make a beeline for the hot dog.
Yeah.
I get the table. She gets the hot dogs. They used to be Hebrew Nationals. They were fabulous. They're an in-house brand. They're still pretty good. You get, not only do they have soda that is fillable. I drink seltzer. How many places that are low cost have seltzer machines? They fill your seltzer. You could bathe in this damn thing. Like, and if you drink it, you can have another one.
Who needs Puerto Rico. Who needs Hawaii when we have the Waltham Costco?
Exactly.
I'm telling you, that exit right off of 95 128.
Dedham, but thank you very
So
much.
yes. Oh, is it actually technically?
I do Dedham.
Okay. Oh my God. So people have strong opinions. Tell us your Costco hacks, Eddie in Cambridge.
Hello, Eddie.
Yes, ma'am. And Jim, I'm with you, buddy.
Good.
That used to be a Hebrew national.
Yep.
That was delicious. But like you said, now it's an in-house dog. But my goodness, isn't that the best? Like setting your daughter free when you go in there and be like, you know what, look around. Let me just have a hot dog first.
Let me be clear, though, Eddie, since we're on the same page. While Hebrew National are my favorite hot dogs, the key is the casing on a hot dog. It has to explode in your mouth. The in-house, the Kirkland brand, I think it's called, is pretty good hot dog. Would you not agree?
It's a great hot dog, but it's not the same as that Snap from the Hebrew National or even a Sabrette from New York.
Sabrette's pretty good, too. Eddie, that was an excellent first call. Thank you so much for making it.
I think we have Costco poets in this town. Anonymous texter says, heaven is a weekday evening. This may be Marjorie. Heaven is a weekday evening stroll through Costco, sampling side pickles and picking up a pallet of liverwurst.
She doesn't do Costco, and I don't remember why, by the way. It's maybe because she doesn't think she's close enough, and she's guilt-ridden that she doesn't. I don't know why she's that either. But, you know, let me tell you one other thing about Costco, and then we'll let you guys do all the talking, most of the talking. I was there right before Christmas, which I thought was a big mistake with that same daughter. Not only was the place packed, the line, I'm not exaggerating, in this store was from the cash registers to the farthest wall at the back of the store. I would say it took 4 minutes to go from the back of the store to the front. They're incredible.
Yeah.
They manage people beautifully.
Oh, totally.
It's just the whole thing is just great. Mary in Cambridge, you're next on BPR. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Hi, I'm Mary McLaughlin, and I started with Costco on the very first day that they opened in 1983 in Seattle, Washington.
Wow.
And I was a college student, and there was a sticker on the wall of my college that said that they were paying twice minimum wage. And so I went in with all the other college students, and it was a life changer. I worked for them for 13 years.
Oh, you did?
I moved out here from Washington to open Costco on the East Coast. We started in Waltham. I was a liquor buyer for them by the time that I left, and they consolidated their buying when they merged with Price Club to become the supersize organization they are. But more than that, I just want to say that this really built my career. Most of the people that I worked with are now retired. They were able to retire at the age of 50 because they were so well reimbursed. It put me through college. I remember that they paid twice minimum wage, time and a half on Sundays. So it was able to not only put me through college, but all my housing, et cetera. And I owe so much to them. So every time the title of Costco comes up, I jump in there and share my story.
Good. Hey, Mary. Keep going. No, I didn't. I thought you were pausing to say goodbye. Before you hang up, I want our producers to get your contact info. We're going to have you on the show if you're interested at some point in the fall and talk to you. But keep going. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when I first started, Jim Senegal used to sit in the middle of. You'd walk into the offices. He'd sit at one of those 6-foot tables so that he saw everybody coming in. 20 years later, I would walk into a warehouse opening and he would come over and say, "Hi, Mary, how are you?" He had this incredible memory, the most generous spirit of anybody I know. And, now it is a huge organization and it's competing with the likes of Amazon and other places. So it's much more corporate than it was, but I still have lifelong friends that I started with. They started with the model of just having college students because they knew that they would grow with them.
Yeah.
But my last story is the day that they opened the doors, nobody came in. It was like a dead zone. And even when we started on the East Coast, people did not get the concept. So it's just so fun to hear you talking about how great Costco is right now. My heart was racing, so I had to call in.
We're so
Mary,
glad.
hang on. We're going to get your contact info,
Yeah.
and we will be in touch. Couple of texts. That was a great call, needless to say. Beaver from Forge Village. Jim, you have the vacuum sealer. Season the meats prior to sealing and get a sous vide machine, which I have. Same bag, 2 jobs. That's brilliant. Andrew in Westford. I have started... This is typical. I have started a small CVS in my home, thanks to Costco. 17 packs of flushable wipes, dental floss, and 10 deodorant sticks later. I mean, that is the only downside. Yeah.
Patrick texts, this is, you all have a lot of great Costco stories. I have a brother-in-law, says Patrick, who was buying so many large quantities of meats and pork and things that needed to be frozen from Costco. This is fabulous. That rather than cut back on buying those things, he simply bought a large chest freezer from Costco to store said items. And then I was asking for your Costco hacks because I was always looking for them. If you don't have a membership, get a membership, and want a cheap hot dog, say you're a DoorDasher and they let you write in DoorDasher or not, and then you could get your hot dog.
By the way, if people are into this, which you apparently are, let me
gosh.
just mention the 2 great things you read this morning. The piece in the Atlantic is called The Cult of Costco, and the piece in the Wall Street Journal I mentioned, the one thing everyone in America can agree on, Costco. Lexi in Norwood, you're next. Hi.
Hi. Oh, my gosh. I just had to share because I heard you telling me your Costco hacks, and my husband, it sounds just like my husband, Bo. He goes straight in. We get a cart. We put an item in the cart. We go straight to the seltzers. We grab.
Listen how happy this woman is.
I know.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Lexi.
I'm ecstatic. This is I'm so happy to hear there are people just like my husband. He has this whole, whenever people get a new membership, our friends were always like, come with us. We're going to show you the routine. We grab a hot dog and pizza. We grab a seltzer, walk around the store, but we'll buy what we need to buy, and then get another seltzer before we head into the car. So I just had to share.
That is
Lexi,
awesome.
that is an excellent call. Thank you
So,
for
like,
making it. We appreciate it.
Lexi, we lost Lexi. I
I'm
want to know
sorry.
how. No, I wanted to know what is your longest Costco experience? Like from arriving in the parking lot to leaving, because you clearly.
It's an experience.
You clearly treat it as an experience.
Yeah, having said that, occasionally it is overwhelming.
Yeah.
And you know what we do?
Well, when you
Actually,
get that
I'm glad
piano,
you asked the question.
when you get that piano, it can be overwhelming.
If we decided, let's say we're going there to get cheap wine, good wine that's cheap, and ribs and one other thing, we go every aisle. We do every aisle. Jamie is laughing because of the Secretary of Agriculture, who said for $3 you can have a piece of chicken or whatever, a burrito or something, and one other thing, whatever it was. But in any case, broccoli, thank you. We do every aisle. Why do we do every aisle? And you end up with a 9-piece luggage
and
set.
A piano.
And a piano.
And a piano.
Exactly.
I think you need a piano. Here's my thing why I do the aisles. Because you feel like there's something that someone has made that could fundamentally change
your life.
Just
that
change your life.
So
just like for example, your freezer bags, life changing. Did you know you needed them? No. And
well,
there
that's
they
a
were
very
at
good
Costco.
point. By the way, they're not freezer bags.
What
they're
are they?
Vacuum sealing freezer bags. Thank you very much. And it really, does anybody out here have a vacuum sealing machine in their house? Nobody?
Nobody. You're like
what is wrong with
I'm
you
learning
all?
this about
It is
you,
life-changing.
Yeah,
it is life-changing.
Okay, that's what I feel like.
By
That's
the
why I have
way,
to go back to Costco, because I feel like my life will change if
when
there's
you
something
put
there.
the crap in the bag
Yeah.
and you press the button and the air is sucked out of the bag and you can hear and you see the bag shrinking, you can hear the sucking sound. Yeah. It is like heaven. Yeah. It is like, and you know the outcome is going to be so satisfying. It's unbelievable, economically and otherwise. Here's Jamie, as in that Jamie. I do the every aisle thing too, because you just never know what you'll find in that hidden aisle that will fill the deep, dark hole in my capitalist soul.
Jamie,
that is exactly what it is.
This is me. I feel like there's like maybe plastic storage bins, something that just like will go from, a sort of a life without sunshine to just like life-changing. And
now,
so I'm in search at Costco. And it didn't come in my 9-piece luggage set.
We should say there's some texts, we should be reading those on the other side. One text that disappeared said, I don't go, or I go very few times because there's so much plastic, which there is.
Yeah.
So it's bad for the environment. Peter in Mystic has a more well, here he is, Connecticut. At some point, there's just going to be one retailer. When Costco, Amazon, and Walmart merge, then everyone will cry about the fact there are no more local markets, bookstores, hardware stores, anything else. I've never been. I have no desire to ever go. To me, Costco exemplifies everything that's wrong with America. Well, that's a bit of a downer, but having said that, he has there's a decent point in there.
We should give voice to the anti-Costco folks or the skeptical Costco. Michelle in Lexington.
Hi, Michelle.
Hello.
Hi.
Somebody read my mind because I just left Costco and I despise it. And I will tell you why.
Why were you there if you despise it?
Because I had to get glasses.
Oh.
So you can get a really good.
We know that. We know that. Exactly, Michelle. But go ahead.
Okay. So I saw the Mary Oliver film yesterday.
Yeah.
And before I went in, I was looking at a tree and the birds. And I was just like completely zenned out. And then I walked into Costco and I can't find my way in there. I don't need to get like 10 pounds of beef. I don't need 10 pounds of anything. And I get completely lost in there, which is probably on my bad sense of direction. But I just hate it there.
Michelle, I have a friend. I have a friend who goes there for glasses. Did you ever consider that? I mean, listen to yourself. You just got out of there. You bought glasses because it's a great deal, and now you hate. Would you hate yourself for having gone?
No, I actually. What I'm mad about is that I walked through every aisle.
Yes, it is because you think there's something that's
great.
life-changing. Seth in Rhode Island.
Wait, before Michelle goes, I just want to say, because I know you guys replayed it yesterday, Mary Oliver film, which is called Saved by the Beauty of the World, is one incredibly beautiful film made by Sasha Waters. She was with us about a week ago. We played it yesterday. Go online to gbhnews.org or youtube.com/gbhnews. Or BPR, whatever the hell it is. It's a beautiful movie. You should see it and listen to the interview. Michelle, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, Seth in Rhode Island. I have to defend my honor. He says, let me get this correct. You go in for ribs, toilet paper, mayonnaise, which she puts in quotes. You put mayonnaise in quotes? Okay. And you leave with the piano and a nine-piece luggage set. This sounds like a dangerous trap. I left with the 9-piece luggage set. A friend of mine got a piano. I do have some control over my Costco moments.
Do you play the piano?
I did a long time ago.
Well, get a piano.
Yeah, why not? $9.99.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, and now I got to do this freezer thing because apparently it's life-changing. Maybe.
By the way, this is another thing I feel guilty about. After I read that Peter from Mystic, it is everything Guy said is true. It's just such an incredible experience. You know, it's sort of like when people, I like going to Fenway. Yeah. And I like the Red Sox fine. I'm a Phillies fan primarily because I'm from Philadelphia. I like the Red Sox a lot. But I don't go for the game as much as the
experience,
feel. The experience at Costco.
That's what your corporate
that's
what your corporate overlords want you to think.
Well, except the one plus. I mean, you heard from that woman who's with Senegal when he founded the company. But the response to Peter, they pay and treat their people apparently very well. Great health benefits, good salaries.
Yes.
In that sort of part of the world's businesses, they apparently are as good as it gets, which
may
not be good enough. I don't know. Jay in a car. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jay.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you.
A couple of years ago, I was in Miami on vacation. Yep. I was visiting a Ferrari and Lamborghini dealer.
Of course.
And I'm looking at the cars with no intention of buying it. And the salesman come over to me and he says, "Can I help you?" I said, "No, I'm just looking." And he looked at me and he said, "Are you a Costco member?"
No.
And I said, "Yes, I am." He goes, "I can save you $5,000 on that car right now."
Oh, come on.
And,
are you kidding? For a Ferrari?
So what'd you do?
I said, 380,000 minus 5,000. No, but thank you very much. But
is that a true story? You get a Costco.
I swear to God, it was a true story. He came over and he offered me up a $5,000 discount on a Ferrari or a Maserati.
That is a fabulous. And they, by the way, we didn't mention they have vacations. I mentioned at the top
insurance.
they have Medicare Advantage plans. That's a great story, Jay.
Okay,
Thanks for
we don't want to get people upset here because it's been such a feel-good
Yeah.
section. So a shout out to the BJ's Wholesale Club members where we need a little love. The texters are saying we need a little love for BJ's. I'm afraid I don't know it or what its experience is.
Well, also, I don't. We've in the past we've talked about Costco, which has been more than once. I don't think their employees are treated in quite the same way. By the way, here's a good one. Anonymous texter. I spent my daughter's first birthday at Costco.
Genius.
We both loved it. Why would a 1-year-old love a
Free
birthday
food.
party?
Free food.
At Costco?
Life-changing. You need life-changing. Just start right.
Shoved a hot-
Now, I don't know if that texter was a mom or dad, but you get Parent of the Year. You do.
Can
That's
1-year-old? The
brilliant.
1-year-olds don't eat. It's not. They can't eat a hot dog at 1. Whatever.
You just like walk through. You get, don't you got lots of free things in the aisles too. There's lots of people handing
we
you
forgot.
stuff.
We never even talked about that. Is a huge part.
Huge.
Even though I have to say the helpings are quite small. Now the beauty of
Did you
having
go
a
back?
child, you send your kid back, and then not only do you send your kid back, if your kid is assertive, which my younger daughter really is, she'll go back and back again. She doesn't give a damn.
I just want to remind listeners that we did start this show with Jim banishing his own children to a different airplane.
No, I did not.
But now
other people's children.
Right? But now they're, just go use them for the Costco run.
My kids are as good as any 2 kids about getting free samples for me of any kids on the planet.
Father of the Year.
Father Kids of the Year.
Kids
We're
of the
done.
Year.
This is where you thank everybody.
Oh, I do.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for listening.
Edgar, we forgot.
I was
Sorry,
almost
Edgar.
flawless.
We love you anyway.
Thanks for listening to
your show.
another edition of BPR on 89.7 GBH, and thanks to everyone who came down
Thank
to
you
see
all.
the show at
Appreciate
BPL with or without tickets. Keep up with us 24/7 by way of our podcast, or check out our TikTok page at Boston Public Radio. Tune in tomorrow. We'll speak with journalist and Guardian U.S. media columnist Margaret Sullivan.
1 second before you go. The caller we didn't get to, Laurel and Needham, said Costco sued Trump. Tomorrow we'll give you an update on that.
Well, that is breaking news.
Go ahead.
Plus, former Massachusetts Public Safety Secretary Andrea Cabral and Matthew Miller, one of the lead writers on the new movie Tony about Anthony Bourdain. Can't wait. And we'll bring you our 2017 BPR conversation with Bourdain himself. Our crew is Zoe Matthews, Hannah Lawson, Ariana Gonzalez. Our engineer is John the Claw Parker. Our executive producer is Jamie Bologna. Special thanks to our BPL staff, Maddie Geyer, Bill Francis, and Juan Jose Cadena. Yes, let's hope I did that right. Thanks to the security team, Darius and Derek, and our host at the Newsfeed Cafe and across the street at the Lenox Hotel. Stay tuned to the Curiosity Desk starting immediately after us on 89.7 GBH.
And the Culture Show. We got to go. You were
Go.
great
Bye.
show
Oh, my God. I was
See you
too
tomorrow.
slow. Sorry.
Bye.
From the stories of centuries past to discoveries that will define our future, How Did We Get Here's how-tos and more. Journey with us down the rabbit hole on the Curiosity Desk. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And M&M Skylights, servicing Massachusetts and New Hampshire. Their team is part of the Velux Skylight Specialist Network and is committed to helping improve the air quality in homes or businesses. Consultations and more information at mmskylights.com. And Newport Mansions, presenting Revolution Reimagined, a new exhibit at Rosecliff exploring Newport, Rhode Island's role in the American Revolution and how later generations reshaped the city's collective memory. NewportMansions.org.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, in the world of nebulous concepts to integral pieces of daily life, the grid fits somewhere squarely between the cloud and those little handles on the sides of those fat maple syrup bottles. And yet we rely on the grid constantly. Every charge, every plug-in, every flip of a light switch involves infrastructure that, frankly, I have no real concept of. Our crack team of producers here is putting me to the test with a quiz you can play along with at home. And hey, we all just might learn something. After that, ever wonder why you get a migraine every time it's about to rain? No, you're not psychic, but yes, there is an explanation. And a new study out of Norway finds the pied flycatcher will literally change its tune after it's been sleeping around. What could possibly be the evolutionary explanation? We'll find out this hour on the Curiosity Desk.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. President Trump says on Truth Social that he is nominating Dr. Heidi Overton to lead the Food and Drug Administration. Overton has regularly briefed Trump on health policy matters. She was present when the president issued an executive order recently to reduce the number of childhood vaccinations, a move widely criticized by public health experts. The United Arab Emirates says it is suspending all trade with Iran after it came under Iranian missile attack. NPR's Hadil Al-Shalchi has the latest.
The Emirati Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that it was halting all trade, commercial exchanges, and financial transactions with Iran until further notice after what it called, quote, regional escalations. On Tuesday, the UAE's defense ministry said Iranian missiles fell in open water. The Iranian foreign minister denied the allegation. The UAE came under intense fire as Iran targeted U.S. installations in the Gulf and Jordan at the beginning of the almost 6-month war that shows no sign of ending. The latest sanction will put increasing pressure on Iran as the U.S. prepares to expand its economic restrictions on the country. Hadil Al-Shalchi, NPR News, Istanbul.
Voters in Alaska narrowed the field in races for Congress and governor during yesterday's primary elections. Alaska Public Media's Eric Stone reports all eyes are on the state's U.S. Senate race, which Democrats hope will help them flip the chamber.
Democratic former Congresswoman Mary Peltola is leading incumbent Republican Senator Dan Sullivan in the race for Senate. Both will advance to the general election in November, according to a race call by the Associated Press. Who will take the third and fourth spots on the ballot after Alaska's unique top four nonpartisan primary is up in the air. But as of late Thursday night, a retired teacher with the same first and last name as the incumbent Sullivan looked as if he might make the cut. Some Republicans have accused him of trying to siphon votes from the incumbent Sullivan. The teacher, though, insists he's simply fed up with the senator who shares his name. Alaska voters also narrowed a 17-candidate field to 4 in the race for governor. For NPR News, I'm Eric Stone in Juneau.
Kenyan authorities are investigating a helicopter crash that may have involved American lives. ABC News and NBC News both cite the State Department in reporting 4 U.S. deaths. Kenya's aviation agency says there were 7 people on board the aircraft when it went down this morning in a remote part of northern Kenya. The locally owned Lady Lori helicopter says the aircraft was operating a charter flight when it crashed. It was carrying guests with travel company and beyond. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's fired one of the most senior members of his government in the wake of a broad corruption investigation that has also implicated a former lawmaker, bank officials, and Ukraine's former justice and energy ministers. Yesterday, the recently ousted defense minister demanded national elections. However, Zelensky says the law bars such a vote while Ukraine is at war with Russia. You're listening to NPR News.
And from the GBH Radio Newsroom in Boston, I'm Judy Ewell. The state's highest court has cleared the way for Mayor Michelle Wu's plans to renovate White Stadium in Franklin Park so it can house Boston Legacy FC. The Supreme Judicial Court said the project plan for a parcel of land in Franklin Park does not require a 2/3 vote from state lawmakers to convert the land to another use. The Emerald Necklace Conservancy and other opponents sued to stop the renovation, saying in part the rebuild would negatively impact Franklin Park and the people who use it. The Conservancy's president, Karen Monty Bronek, said they're disappointed by the decision. Today's ruling removes the final legal obstacle to the $325 million project. Worcester police are still searching for a local woman while mourning the loss of one of their own. Police say 58-year-old Karen Solomon is wanted in connection with the off-duty death of 57-year-old Officer Kurt Solomon. Thomas Duffy, president of the Worcester Patrolmen's Union, said Officer Solomon will be missed.
When you serve 30 years with an individual, you become more than co-workers. You become family. And today we lost a member of our family.
Authorities say the death occurred during a domestic incident. Anybody who thinks they may have seen Karen Solomon is asked to call Worcester police, but authorities caution she may be armed and dangerous. In sports, the Red Sox host the Diamondbacks this afternoon. A sunny summer day, highs in the mid-80s. Clear skies tonight, lows in the 60s. Sunshine mixes with a chance of showers tomorrow, temps again in the 80s. And a chance of showers Thursday night to a sunny Friday, highs only in the 70s. Right now, sunny and 84 in Boston. This is GBH.
Support for NPR comes from Progressive Insurance, committed to helping homeowners compare and choose home insurance from a network of companies in one place with Home Quote Explorer. Learn more at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Welcome to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, if you've been keeping up with the news lately, or if you've pretty much ever paid an electric bill, you might have read a thing or two about growing energy consumption, skyrocketing costs, and an aging electrical grid. Okay, question for everybody out there. What is the grid? I mean, I think we kind of all sort of know, but also, do we really know? And like, how does it work? Is it a network? Is it the power lines on your street? Is it a place? Can we go there? Should we all go there together? Is that even allowed? All right, here we go. Group meetup after the show. I will see you at the grid. See, you don't even know where to start. Well, to help us get a handle on these questions and more, we're going to try something new, a new kind of segment here today, a little quiz that you can follow along with at home. So if you hop over to our YouTube live stream, by the way, we're going to post it in the comments. And if you want to work together, we're going to have a phone a friend feature during this quiz, right? So I'm going to be taking the quiz. And if you want to be my friend that I can phone when I don't know an answer, give us a call, 877-301-8970. We'll get you lined up, 877-301-8970 to be a phone a friend for me on our quiz coming at us right now about the grid. Here to help us with this, New England Senior Communications Specialist for ISO New England, Mary Kate Colapietro. Mary Kate, yes. Welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Thank you so much for having me today.
And thank you for being our sort of test case here on this quiz format. We're going to see if it works.
I am so honored. I was going to say, turn the questions around because you're usually the one asking.
That's true. So now I'm in the hot seat. Here we go. I'm sure I will have some follow-up questions. But okay, so my understanding is you and one of my producers have like hatched a whole plan here. You've got a quiz lined up. And I would say just like, let's get into it. Let's talk about the grid. Let's find out what it is.
Yeah, let's chat the grid. So
here we go.
To kick it off, you introduced where I work. So I'm curious. We're going to start with what does ISO stand for? ISO, for just spelling it out.
So this is ISO New England. That is where you work. Okay.
That is where I work.
So what does ISO stand for?
Yeah, we'll start there. And then I've got a little follow-up, too.
Okay, ISO. I have no idea here. Again, I'm going to need to phone some friends, I think, for this. So 877-301-8970 if you want to be a phone-a-friend option for me. Okay, ISO. Integrated. I'm going to say integrated, maybe, because...
Ooh.
Wow, that was quick. Ouch! It's not going to be international because the grid's not international. Is the S service?
No.
So the I is not integrated. The S is not. I have no idea. What does ISO stand for?
So it stands for Independent System Operator.
Independent System Operator. Okay, so what is an independent system operator and how does that play into the grid?
Yes. So the independent system operator of the regional power grid, there are versions of ISO New England, which is, as you can imagine, ISO, that oversees the bulk regional power system for New England.
Okay, so what is the bulk regional power system for New England? What does that mean? There's a lot of words. I don't really quite get any of them.
Yeah, and I don't want to spoil our further questions down the line.
Yeah. Fair.
Some of them might, but I will say instead of just seeing, so for example, New York also has an ISO. They focus on just the state of New York. We oversee the 6-state region of New England.
Okay, independent system operator.
And,
okay.
Yep.
And are independent system operators common across the, like you point out, like New York has them, we have them in New England. Are there independent system operators like sort of all over the country?
They are all over the country. There are some as well in Canada because we are connected to our neighbors as well in Canada.
Okay.
And so there are versions of us that exist in other parts of the country.
Do we have a sense, are we talking there's like 20 of them, or is there like 5,000 of them, or somewhere in between?
It's a smaller number. I don't want to say the wrong number off
no,
the top
fair
of my
enough.
head, but we're in the single digits, I believe, at least for North America.
Okay,
And
single digits. Okay.
So, yeah, and this might be a good time to. Oh, I don't want to steal your question.
Listen, I don't know what's happening here.
All
You
right.
know more about what's happening than I do.
Here,
so
let's-
if we're going into question number 2, let's go to question number 2. All right, we're going to turn to question number 2 here. This is our quiz about the grid. The idea being we hope we are going to know more about what the grid is when this is all over. We're with Mary Kate Colapietro from ISO New England. They are an independent service operator.
So close, it's still system.
System
I'm so
operator.
sorry.
And when I say service, I mean system.
Ooh.
Yep, here we go. Question number 2.
They are quick with that
Yeah.
sound effect. All right, so this is a true or false question. So
Okay,
hopefully
so I got a 50-50
we narrow it down a little
shot.
bit, right? So, true or false, your local electricity utility owns the grid.
So true or false, your local utility owns the grid. I'm going to say this is definitely false. Hey. All right,
Great
so
instinct.
All right, so so who does own the grid then?
Right. So this is where we get into, when we think about the grid, it's really easy to sort of envision the infrastructure, right? So we're talking so many different pieces of equipment, things like power producers, the poles and wires that move it, substations, all of that. ISO New England, as the independent system operator, we don't own any of that infrastructure, but it's our job to operate it. I always like to compare us to a bit like an air traffic controller at an airport, right? They're not owning the airplanes or the runway, but they're ensuring that, there is enough power and that it's able to move safely to where it needs to get to go. And so who owns the different pieces is separate from the ISO.
All right, so you touched on something here, which I think is an important part of it, that for somebody like you, I think, you're in the industry, you kind of get it, you know this, but you point out that when we say the grid baseline, we're talking about You said, what did you said? Power lines. You said substations. You said I don't want to blow what's coming ahead in the quiz, but I want to make sure we get into what those things are. Are they coming down the pike?
They are coming down
Great.
the pike.
So we'll get there later. But short of that, who doesn't own it? Does any one person own all of this, or is it a hodgepodge of ownership?
There's a variety of different entities. So there are companies that own sort of different pieces. There are transmission owners. There are folks that own power plants or power resources. And then there are utilities as well that sort of operate in that space. And then we're sort of sitting above that, operating what's called the bulk power system that runs throughout the
bulk power system.
6-state region of New England. Yep.
Okay. All right. This is our grid quiz here on the Curiosity Desk. We're talking with Mary Kate Colapietro from ISO New England. Let's move on to question number 3.
I feel like we've set this one up really well. So this one is, what does the term electricity generation mean? And this is a multiple choice. So if you'll forgive me, this first one's a little long, but
let's go.
We're going to go with A. Electricity generation means producing electricity from energy sources such as natural gas, nuclear, hydro, wind, and solar. B. Moving electricity over long distances. Or C. Storing electricity for later use.
I'm going with A. I think it's definitely A. Yeah.
There you go.
All right. So unpack that a little bit for us.
Yes. So electricity generation can really refer to a wide variety of things. Maybe to your mind comes things like, a traditional fossil fuel power plant, or maybe you're thinking of, those large solar arrays that you see on the side of highways, maybe the smaller solar panels on people's homes and businesses, or, things like hydro also count as generation.
So when we talk about generation, electricity generation is kind of one portion of the grid, right? That's kind of like the starting point. So anything. So when we say the grid, is it fair then to say that if you see a big solar panel array like on the side of a highway or something, that is part of the grid? And if you talk about a power plant, like a giant power plant that's like generating electricity by burning a fossil fuel, that is part of the grid? Yes, that's accurate?
Oftentimes, yes. And for solar, for instance, as you mentioned, the larger arrays, those are often connected to the bulk power system, the big grid that the ISO operates. We'll get into kind of the 2 layers of the grid, but there's also the sort of smaller solar panels that connect maybe not to the bulk power system that we operate, but we see the impacts of it. So we kind of have to keep track of it all.
Okay. All right, let's shall we amble to question number 4?
That sounds great.
Let's keep learning here.
All
Question
right.
number 4 on the grid.
All right, so we talked about generation. We're moving over to what is the role of the transmission system? This is also multiple choice, if that's
Okay.
helpful. So we've got A, to store energy for later use, B, to move large amounts of electricity over long distances, or C, to convert AC power to DC power.
Okay, well, I think this one also, I think I got a handle on this one. I think this is B. Hey!
On a roll.
Transmission. So transmission is we're now taking what this sounds like the sort of the second phase of how electricity sort of works essentially, or how the grid works. So you've got the first part, which we were just talking about. Somebody's got to generate the electricity, and then it needs to be transmitted. Yes.
Oftentimes, yeah, as you can imagine, some of these sort of generators are maybe not located near where folks live, and where you're flipping on a switch, it's got to get to you. And so the transmission system is the way for it to get to you. It's sort of like the super highway for the grid. And when, from the ISO New England perspective, we're talking from transmission, we're talking the sort of larger poles and wires that you see out and about, maybe when you're driving around on maybe some rural roads or on the side of highways. And we're talking about 9,000 miles of transmission lines is what ISO New England is monitoring each and every day from our control room. That's actually in Western Mass.
9,000.
9,000 miles.
Wow. And so this is like on my sort of on the street where I live, if there are like these kind of poles with wires up on them, some of those, yes or no?
So no. And
So that's
see,
all-
you are
that's
so
all
good at looking
communication
down the
stuff,
road.
yeah.
Well, partially. Some of it is part of the electrical system, but maybe not necessarily the one that the ISO in particular sees. So
Interesting.
this is a good preview for a later question.
Oh, okay. Good preview for a later question. So I guess we're going to keep going down the road. Before that, I'm going to go to some sound that we have. Our producer spoke with Vanden Devatia from Eversource, who did a little explanation about local utilities' role in transmission. Let's hear that.
The transmission system is higher voltage equipment, large transmission lines that transport power over long distances, substations that reroute that power or transform it down to a lower voltage level.
Oh, transform it down. That's what a transformer is. I get that. So, what is the utilities role vis-a-vis versus what your company's role is?
This is great, Edgar, and I don't want to spoil question 5, but this is what we're getting to, if that
All
works
right.
for you.
Are we at question 5 or are we on question 4? Where are we at?
Ooh. Well, I was going to say I wasn't a math
we're
major,
on
but I
question
think
5.
we've made it to 5.
So
I
let's
think
go
we're
right
here.
to question 5. Let's go to question
Yeah.
number 5, coming
Which
down the pike.
brings it right to what you were just hitting on, which is what is the final stage of delivery of electricity?
Oh, okay. What is the? I'm going to go to my phone a friend here. We've got Rainika from Cambridge on the line. Can you hear me, Rainika? Welcome to the Curiosity Desk. Thank you for coming to my assistance.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for having me, although I'm not sure how useful I am going to be.
Well, that's okay. I'm completely useless in this case. We are with Mary Kate Colapietro from ISO New England, and the question is, what is the There's no multiple choice here. By the way, you stand to win nothing if we get this right. If we both get this wrong, I guess we stand to embarrass ourselves. What is the final stage? Word the question again for us again.
What is the final stage of delivery of electricity?
What is the final stage of delivery of electricity? Rainika, what do you got?
Well, I'm going to try working backwards. It doesn't sound like it's transmission.
Nope.
I visually in my head am picturing turning a light switch on, and I don't think it's that.
All right, so the final stage we're going to go with the final stage is flipping the switch on or off.
I love that answer, though.
Rainika, nice try. Thank you for your help.
That's a nice sound effect.
Really appreciate it. We got a clip again from Vanden Devatia from Eversource. Let's go to that right now.
The distribution system is what you see in your neighborhoods when you're driving through different city streets. It's the system that's directly connecting the customer to the grid. It's delivering power at the customer level. It has poles, transformers, wires. It has small substations in our neighborhoods. It basically transforms large volume of electricity from the transmission grid to a lower voltage to be delivered to our customers, whether they're residential or commercial.
So distribution.
We've made it to distribution.
Amazing.
So I know you had asked the difference between us and the utilities.
Yeah,
I always
yeah.
like to describe that we're sort of overseeing the interstate highways. So
Yep.
if cars are flowing, going from Mass up to Maine, if it gets off of the highway, much like a megawatt gets off of the bigger poles and wires onto that
Yeah.
smaller side road, that's overseen by the utilities.
So
that's the
when
distribution grid.
Oh, interesting. So they're really dealing with the distribution portion.
That's sort of last mile.
They're
We're
like a storefront. You're like a warehouse, kind of.
It's a very helpful way to put it. Yes. And so
Interesting.
we're overseeing the transmission, the bigger supply and demand every minute of every day from our control room.
Okay, Mary Kate, we've only got less than a minute left, and we're on a time crunch. So
Yes.
I think you have one more question. Let's go.
We do. What energy source produces the most electricity in New England? Multiple choice. Is it A, coal, B, hydro, C, natural gas, or D, nuclear?
I think it's C.
You would be
Natural
correct.
gas here. Yeah, there's
Yep.
almost no coal in New England.
There is
right?
almost no coal. We've seen a pretty dramatic shift in the region, namely driven by state policy goals and other initiatives. And so it's been interesting to see that sort of shift as more renewables have grown on the system. And it's our job to make it work each and every day.
All right. Well, we got to leave it there. My takeaway is basically what I know that I didn't coming in is that there are 3 steps in the process of getting your electricity via the grid: generation, transmission, distribution. I feel like we're getting there. Maybe we'll have you back for a second part to the quiz another time.
Oh, please. I'd love it.
We were speaking with Mary Kate Colapietro, Senior Communication Specialist for ISO New England. When we return, rainy days can certainly be a headache, but for some, a headache might mean a rainy day is around the corner.
I'm kind of psychic. I have a fifth sense. What do you mean? It's like I have ESPN or something.
It's not ESPN, it's science. It's the Curiosity Desk. Stay with us.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, Boston's new Chief of Arts and Culture, Joseph Zeal-Henry. The London-raised designer, curator, and urban planner has worked at the intersection of culture and city building on both sides of the Atlantic. Now he's helping shape Boston's cultural future, from affordable rehearsal space and a citywide culture plan to LEXICON, a towering installation at the Boston Public Library. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Lexington Community Education, committed to offering a revolution in lifelong learning for all. Fall registration is open and available online at lexingtoncommunityed.org. And Harvard Business School Baker Library, featuring an exhibit on Muriel Siebert, the first woman to buy a seat on the New York Stock Exchange, open to the public. Details at library.hbs.edu.
Welcome to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, you know what they say, when Grandpa says his knee's acting up, a storm's a-coming. Maybe you hear that and you roll your eyes. Maybe you think that Grandpa is some kind of low-grade soothsayer. Well, as it turns out, there is some real science at play when we sense weather before it happens. It's not just creaky knees. There's lots of research suggesting that weather is one of the most common triggers for migraines, including the low-pressure systems associated with storms. And it's not just storms. Rising temperatures, air pollution, even lightning have all been associated with increased likelihood of migraines. And as the weather becomes more unpredictable, people who frequently experience migraines might start to see them happen more often, which could make them great meteorologists, but probably is not the best thing for their health. Well, here to talk more about that and explain how it all works is neurologist and clinical professor at the University of Cincinnati, Dr. Vincent Martin. Dr. Martin, welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Well, it's my pleasure to be here.
So I really want to talk about what we know and don't know about this phenomenon, but first I want to start by understanding what exactly a migraine is. Like, what is the difference between a migraine and a pretty bad headache?
Well, migraine is more than just a headache. So usually a migraine is moderate to severe pain, so it tends to be more severe. But it's oftentimes associated with other symptoms like sensitivity to light, noise, and nausea, which can be sometimes as disabling as the pain itself. And the headaches typically last 4 to 72 hours. So it's a very specific headache type as compared to like a tension type headache where the headaches are much more mild and they tend to lack a lot of the other associated symptoms like light, noise sensitivity.
Is it very distinct what is happening when you have a migraine versus what you have in when you're having a headache biologically? Like, is what is happening inside of your body quite different between the two, or are there similarities?
Well, it depends. If you get a headache that resembles tension type headache in a person with migraine, most headache doctors believe that's just like one, migraine. But if the tension type headache occurs in someone that does not have migraines, it's probably a different animal.
Gotcha. So what is it? What do we know about, in terms of migraines? Why do some people experience them more often? Why do some people seem to not experience them at all? Like, what's the deal with that?
Well, about half of migraine is explained genetically. So you inherit a gene or a group of genes from one or both of your parents that predispose your nervous system to develop migraine. But about half of migraine is not explained by genetics, and there probably are other environmental factors. I guess weather could be one that might bring out a tendency for migraine.
So let's talk about the weather and what we know and don't know about how it interacts or can trigger migraine. So what have you observed what kind of research have you done to start to unpack this idea and start to try to get your head around it?
We've done a lot of research. We've been doing this for about 12 years. And the first study we published was lightning. And it was kind of a cool type of a thing, is that there are actually companies that will sell you all their lightning data. So they can actually, from the electromagnetic waves the lightning bolt puts out, you can actually triangulate, they have different sensors at different locations and triangulate where the lightning strike will be within 100 meters. Within 100 meters. So we published a study back in 2013 with actually my son. He was the lead author because he was a med student at the time at the University of Cincinnati. And we found that if there was a lightning strike within 25 miles of a person's residence, there was about a 24 to 26% likelihood of having a new onset headache or migraine. So it was. So that was the first evidence, and so that was real. That got a lot of media attention. I mean, that got picked up all over the world when that came out. So.
Yeah. So did you say 25 to 26%? That seems remarkably high.
Yeah, and we were able to actually control for the other meteorologic factors that occur with a thunderstorm, and even after that, there was still an independent effect of lightning. So it appears that lightning itself probably has some role in provoking headaches.
What got you on that in the first place? I mean, like you and your son are sitting around. Like, did you have a notion that lightning might trigger migraine, or were you just like, oh, hey, I just found out lightning data is available. Let's come up with a study with this cool lightning data that's available?
No, it's what patients told me. I mean, I'm a headache physician and I work in a headache clinic, and probably 2/3 of them will report that when their headaches worsen, that it's usually from a storm. And in some cases, they'll say a thunderstorm. So that's kind of what was the genesis of this idea that weather could trigger headaches. It was patient-driven. You're listening to Curiosity. We're talking with Dr. Vincent Martin about migraines and how they're influenced by the weather. Well, you said you've done a number of studies. You started with lightning, and then where did you go from there? Well, the next study we did was looking at just the overall temperature. So particularly with all the global warming and so forth that's happening right now and all the turbulent storms and so forth, we looked at just the daily temperature and whether increases in the daily temperature, not a change, but just the absolute temperature, were associated with headache. And we reported that actually was associated as well. So for every 10-degree rise in the daily temperature, that there was about a 6 to 7% increase risk of headaches on those days in patients with migraine. So, and then we had a follow-up to that, is that if you took those people, and this is part of a clinical trial, by the way, so if you treated them with a drug called fremanazumab, the trade name for that is called Ajovy, that you completely eliminated that association whatsoever. So it suggests that there may actually be some treatments that might help people that have high temperature associated migraine. Okay, so we have lightning and then we have high temperature. The other one I think about when I think about storms, and the thing you hear people just kind of offhandedly say is like, oh, when the barometric pressure drops, sort of that pressure change thing. I think you have a lot of people who anecdotally will tell you that impacts their health in some way or some form or fashion. Have you looked into what the pressure change does in terms of migraine? Well, that would be part of what would happen with a thunderstorm. So usually the barometric pressure is in a steep decline. Generally, humidity is on the rise, and therefore either the day that the storm is overhead or the day after, you'll usually get rain. And in some instances, you'll get lightning. So, but we did look at that. In fact, we just presented a paper at our national meeting about 2 months ago, and we looked at 4 meteorologic factors. We looked at temperature, we looked at barometric pressure, we looked at humidity and precipitation. And basically what we found was that in a pattern where the barometric pressure was falling, like an approaching low pressure system, that was associated with this is whopping, a 68% increased risk of having
68
new onset headache in patients with migraine. 68%. That's, for an epidemiologic study, that's almost unheard of.
So to be clear, in these cases, this is these sort of these weather changes. This is something that could trigger a migraine in somebody who is already prone to migraines, or is this something that can quote unquote cause a migraine?
We don't know about the cause, but it certainly can trigger headaches in susceptible people. But the unique thing about our study that we did 2 months ago is we were able to look at the simultaneous change in 4 different weather variables over a 3-day time period. So that really more mirrors what's happening environmentally. Most past studies have just looked at a change just in one variable, like barometric pressure or precip, and that's not really what happens in nature. So this is really the first study to suggest that a confluence of meteorologic variables, particularly an approaching low pressure system, triggered new onset headache in patients with migraine.
Do we know why? Do we know why the weather in particular is triggering? It has this tendency to trigger migraines in particular.
Well, there's lots of theories. No, we don't know that exactly. But in animal models, if you put if you induce pain in a rat, like maybe tie its tail, and you put it in a and you drop the barometric pressure, the rat has a lot more pain behavior. So it starts to kind of try to scratch the tail or lick the tail and so forth. And what they found was that what was happening was that the low barometric pressure was activating the sympathetic nervous system, the fight or flight nervous system that we all have whenever we're under stress, and that they believe that was the trigger for low barometric pressure, at least the mechanism through which it triggered headaches.
Okay, so that's one theory. But you said what are some other theories as to what might be happening here?
Well, there are many different things. So if it's a low pressure system, if it's that day when the low pressure system is overhead, there also is a lot of times precipitation, and precipitation could raise certain chemicals in the environment. For example, like mold counts could go up, and in susceptible people that could trigger it. Other possibilities might be that during certain environmental conditions that the chemistry of the atmosphere changes. And I think that might be a very important thing. Like, for example, with lightning, I'll just give you an example of that, is that lightning can increase ozone levels, and ozone has been associated with headache days in patients with migraine too. So there probably could be multiple mechanisms. So it could activate the autonomic nervous system, could change the chemistry of the environment, or change allergens like mold and or others during a low pressure system.
You're listening to Curiosity Desk. We're talking with Dr. Vincent Martin about migraines and how migraines can be influenced by the weather. What's the reaction that you've gotten to all of this research that you've done? In particular, I wonder how doctors and patients feel about it, because it's one of those things, that idea that if somebody tells you, when the weather does this, my migraines get worse, I think a fair number of people would roll their eyes at those people and say that's not how it works. But you seem to be saying no, we are showing you this is definitely how it works.
Well, this is not something that's universally accepted within the medical community. So consequently, usually the patients will come in and say that weather is triggering their headaches, and the doctor will just go, yeah, that's probably not right.
Right.
But the reality is there is some very good research that suggests that weather can predict headache. And if you think about it, think about, you get a headache 2 days before a storm front hits. It sounds implausible.
It does.
It sounds implausible, but it probably is real. Now, what the patients say, so that's what the doctors say. They're kind of dubious.
Why do you think the doctors are dubious? Like, what is the reasoning? Just that, is it literally just, as you say, it somehow inherently seems implausible?
I think that I think that that's probably the implausibility, but I think also doctors get entrenched in their different, what they've been taught in the past. That maybe patients falsely attribute triggers to migraine when they don't really exist. So I think that there is some basic, thought maybe that they didn't learn this in medical school or the residency, so it must not exist.
Gotcha.
But amongst patients, it's a different ballgame. I mean, patients that are like, oh my God, this validates everything that I've thought over my entire life. The weather is changing, my headaches and the weather the patterns that trigger a headache may vary by region.
How so?
Well, for example, the study we did of low pressure systems was in the Northeast. So that falls right into where your target audience would be.
Yeah.
But when you start getting down south, the patterns become much more tropical and the falls in barometric pressure become much more shallow. They're not as deep. So a low pressure system in Florida is completely different than a low pressure system in Boston.
Oh, interesting. And go ahead.
And out in the desert, that's different, than, somewhere else, because you might have different environmental factors out in, say, Phoenix than you would. Maybe it's the really hot temperatures like we talked about before. Maybe it's a sandstorm associated with a certain weather pattern, So each place has different factors that are unique to it that might cause one weather pattern to provoke migraine versus another.
What ought we do with this information? Which is to say, we're talking about this potential that the weather itself may be having an impact on our health in this very specific way, especially for people who are prone to migraine. We of course know that the weather is getting more extreme in many places around the world, including the Northeast and all over this country. So, do we look at that and say like, oh, this might signal that, we're going to see migraines getting worse or more prevalent or more common?
We don't know yet, but I would suspect that if you've got a history of migraines, and this is another important point, is not everyone is weather sensitive.
Interesting.
So it's not every person, it's probably just certain people, so if you have migraine and if you have weather sensitivity and if global warming and all these other things are actually changing our environment for more turbulent storms, maybe larger barometric pressure drops and more rain and so forth, one would predict that this could not portend very well for those with migraine if that were to occur.
Is this something you're going to keep studying? As you said, you've been at it for, 12, 13 years, something like that. Do you have future studies planned? Are you going to try to continue to get to the bottom of this phenomenon? And if so, what's kind of next on your list? What do you want to know that you don't yet know?
Well, I'd like to layer in we talked about the fact that the chemicals in the environment may be moderated by migraine. So we'd like to layer that in and develop more complex, models, maybe with AI, that would even do better than what our conventional modeling has done thus far. But I think we've come a long way, but there's still a long way to go. I really believe that in many patients, weather is the most important trigger for their migraines, in particular when you live in a place like Cincinnati, Ohio, where the weather is changing, all the time, which is where I live. It's a very provocative factor for migraine for many patients.
All right. We've been speaking with Dr. Vincent Martin, a neurologist and clinical professor at the University of Cincinnati. Dr. Martin, thanks for your time sharing your expertise with us today on the Curiosity Desk.
Oh, it's my pleasure. And if anyone wants to support our research from a financial standpoint, they can contact the University of Cincinnati, because we're going to be doing this for years to come.
There you go. When we return, how to tell if your man's been cheating on you. If you're a pied flycatcher, that's a breed of bird, all you have to do is listen. He will give himself away. This is the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. Don't go anywhere.
Medicare launched a pilot program in July that could make some popular weight loss drugs known as GLP-1s more affordable, but millions of Medicare patients won't qualify.
I'm at risk for stroke, I'm pre-diabetic, and yet I can't get it.
I'm Mary Louise Kelly. That story on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And City Winery, presenting bassist and vocalist Esperanza Spalding, September 4th, 5th, and 6th. Esperanza performs music spanning her career, plus a preview into upcoming releases. citywinery.com. And Burton's Grill and Bar, offering catering for family gatherings and corporate events with gluten-free and food allergy-friendly options. Orders available for takeout and delivery in Greater Boston. burtonsgrill.com.
You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, if the guy that you want to date or are currently dating is already taken, there are a few telltale signs. The faint smell of perfume on his neck, the unexpected work call that comes in every Tuesday at exactly 8:30, the hair tie on the floor of the backseat of his car. Well, for the female pied flycatcher, that's a bird, the cue comes in the form of their suitor's song. A study published recently in the journal Ethology finds that the male pied flycatcher literally changes his tune after mating, and females can hear the difference, often staying away from the already paired males. Well, here to share more, we are joined now on Zoom by one of the study's authors. Dr. Tora Slagsvold is a zoologist at the Center for Ecological and Evolutionary Synthesis at the University of Oslo in Norway. Dr. Slagsvold, welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Thank you.
So what is the benefit of deception for these male pied flycatchers?
Well, from a male perspective, it's not so difficult to understand that a male wants to have more mates. Because in a flycatcher, he may have 5 or 6 chicks with the first female, and then maybe 3 or 4 with the second one. So that adds up to more than the monogamous males. So therefore, he will spread this kind of offspring and genes if he becomes succeed to be polygynous.
And this is, and I guess we presume if we think about this from the female's perspective, less advantageous. I guess, is it primarily just because if the male has mated already with one or more others, that's just less time that he's going to have to devote to caring for, a potential mate with that female suitor? Is that it?
Yes. So therefore, the second female has a lower, produces fewer offspring because the male will not help her that much as a primary female. An interesting study we also did was that we swapped the clutches between the 2 nests. And then so that the second female, she hatched her eggs before the first female.
Oh.
And then the male fed at the secondary nest more than the first nest. But then we also make them hatch at the same time by taking eggs from other nests. And the male then fed equal amounts to the 2 broods. So he had no priority on his first love of his life or the second one or territory. What he went for was the age and size of the brood. He went for what we say is the high reproductive value.
So your study gets into this, and what you're able to work out in your study is the fact that this phenomenon is happening, that the male has something of a tell in the way that his bird song sounds after he has mated already, and that the female can detect this difference. Yeah. So let's talk about what you got. So you did field recordings, and you have recordings of this. I want to play a little bit so we can hear what we're talking about here. So let's hear a male pied flycatcher, and this is a male pied flycatcher and what their bird song sounds like before they've mated. Okay. Now let's hear one after they've mated. All right, Dr. Slagsvold, I'm going to be honest. I cannot hear the difference between these two. How did you work this out? Is it really different?
Well, we couldn't hear the difference. But then we ask ourselves if a Chinese or some other from another language says that he's already mated. We don't understand it because we don't know the language.
Yeah.
So with closer inspection of the songs, we took recordings of unmated males and of the same males several times and looked at the statistics. The length of the songs are in general shorter than he's already mated. And he don't repeat the same syllables as often.
Okay, so it's shorter and fewer repeated syllables, and that's the tell.
And that we also did the removal experiment. So after he had become mated and was singing in a second territory, he removed his first mate, and then he started singing like a bachelor male again, as unmated.
Really?
And he had lost his first female.
So when he moves to a different town, he's like, no, I'm a bachelor. So the male knows the difference too.
Yeah, well, we don't think that he changed the songs to tell necessarily that he's honest and I'm already mated, but to compete with the neighbors.
Yeah.
And intruding males, because he goes back and forth to his primary nest and female to copulate with her, to feed her, to chase away intruders. So he goes back and forth several times an hour. So even for us, when we're sitting at the two nest sites, we could, after an hour, tell with great confidence that this male was already mated. Because an unmated male, he will sit there continuously and sing. So prospecting females could only kind of spy on these males and discover themselves without listening to the song that this male is probably already mated. The really breakthrough was to show that they also then respond to the song.
The breakthrough was that the female responds to the song. That was the big breakthrough. You listen to the Curiosity Desk. We're talking with University of Oslo zoologist Tora Slagsvold about the deceptive practices of the pied flycatcher birds. How did you get on this study and get into this? I mean, when you were growing up as a child, did you dream that someday you would be spending all of this time decoding the sound of the bird song of the pied flycatcher?
Not at all. But I was very much frustrated by a study that came already in 1981.
You've been frustrated about a study since 1981?
Yeah, because then some colleagues in Finland and Sweden, Norway, we compete with Swedes in football and in soccer and all that. And then they suggested this idea that male deceive females into polygyny.
Okay.
That was published in a recognized, the American Naturalist, a recognized journal in the States. And then already after the year after, in 82, I got published in the same journal a comment that I didn't believe in the story.
Okay.
Yes, because it's easy to understand it from a male perspective.
Yeah.
But from a female perspective, and they didn't have kind of discussed the female role in the whole system. So that I've been working on for more than 40 years.
I was going to say, so this is, you're going back to 1981, there's a study, and you're like, I don't think this is quite right. We haven't looked at this from the female perspective. And since then, for 40 years, you have been at this trying to show this?
Yeah. You know that in those days, most researchers in the field and outdoor life was men.
Yeah.
So it was typical men perspective to think of this benefit of the male.
Well,
having more
sure.
female.
Tora, you are also a man. So how did you develop this, like, this fighting spirit for the female perspective?
Well, I don't know, but I'm married for 50 years. So. And that is a point, because the kind of argument of the Swedes was that the male goes far away when he attracts the second female. It's not the nearest the nest site. He jumps over other males and may start advertising as much as 3 kilometers away. So that, they argued, was to deceive the second female that he was already mated. But of course, I am married, and it's kind of like I take off my wedding ring.
Yeah.
And pretend that I'm a bachelor. But there is a cost to this. A female student of mine, she has made a theoretical model on the cost of dishonesty.
The cost of the honesty, did you say?
Dishonesty, yes.
The cost. So what is the cost of dishonesty in this case?
If you try to date another woman and go to expensive restaurants and do all stuff to impress her, she may disclose your status and then you lose everything.
Yeah. So it's a high stakes game.
Why not tell that, okay, I'm married, but if you want me, you can have me for a night or more.
Yeah, there you go.
And a professor of mine, he heard that a family and a guy in Oslo had an older family in older city, an hour drive away in Drammen, and they didn't know each other until in a funeral of his.
No.
So
he was keeping two families in two different cities, and they didn't find out until his funeral?
Yeah.
Good gosh. That's crazy. Well, I mean, aside from that cautionary tale, what is there to glean from? I mean, you work, as you said, you worked on this for 40 years. I mean, there has to be a reason other than trying to make sure that you got one over on the Swedish folks, which I do understand. But what, to be at this for that long, you've got to believe that there's some value in this information, beyond the world of the pied flycatcher. What's the value in this?
Well, it's to understand mating systems in animals in general. Are there only a few males that sire the offspring? That means lower diversity maybe of the next generation. Or is it more males involved and so on? And also to understand sexual conflict, which is quite often in nature. A kind of battle between the sexes of who should take care of the family. And you have lots of problems with humans, but I'm careful to jump our conclusions into humans. But I guess your audience will immediately see some parallels with birds and humans in this regard.
Yeah, indeed.
Another point I would like to take-home message is that you should not give up if you have an idea. You should continue for years if you have the opportunity. And also one is that I want more females into ecology and behavior. Because they may have a different perspective on things.
Good messages, great take-home messages from Tora Slagsvold, doctor and zoologist at the Center for Ecological and Evolutionary Synthesis at the University of Oslo in Norway. Thank you, Dr. Slagsvold, for being with us on the Curiosity Desk.
Thank you for being involved.
Rounding out our Wednesday, we're sticking with birds. Okay, so we now know that they can hear just fine, and they can distinguish between the tiniest of frequencies, but have you ever wondered if they can smell? One of our loyal listeners did. We took a stab at answering their question a couple of years back. Here's what we found. Edgar, take it away.
Hey folks, Edgar B. Herwick III here from GBH's Curiosity Desk, where you ask questions and I find answers. Today we are at the Mass Audubon Blue Hills Reservation. Why, you may ask? Well, we're going to answer this question from John Goldthwait.
I have a question for you about birds, and do they have a sense of smell?
For answers, we turn to Mass Audubon veteran Norman Smith.
Very interesting question. And if you asked this question 25 or 30 years ago, we would probably say, no, birds probably don't have any kind of a sense of smell at all, and that's what the thought was.
But we have come a long way since the early 1990s. We now know that Pluto is not a planet. We know that apple stock was a much better investment than Beanie Babies. And we know that, yes, most birds, in fact, probably all birds, have a sense of smell.
Why did we think
that birds didn't have a sense of smell.
They don't seem to have much of an olfactory gland in their brain, and their nasal passages, for the most part, are very small in most bird species.
But birds, of course, come in all shapes and sizes, and it turns out the same is true of those nasal passages.
This is the skull of a turkey vulture, and if you look at that turkey vulture, you can see the nasal passages right here, and you can see how large those are. Why don't you hold on to that? This is a barred owl skull, and look at these nasal passages compared to the size of the vulture.
Yep.
Very tiny.
Researchers also learned that just like those nasal passages, the olfactory bulb in a bird's brain isn't always so small. And the same goes for the number of smell-related genes each bird species has. Kiwis, for example, have about 200 more of them than humans do. So how well a bird can smell really depends on the bird, and some can smell pretty darn well. As for how our fine feathered friends actually use their sense of smell, that ranges too. Studies on little ground foragers called juncos have shown that they use it to mate. Homing pigeons use it to help them navigate. And for petrels and a lot of vultures, it's how they find food. And speaking of vultures, you might have guessed from those huge nasal cavities that they are indeed among the very best smellers in the entire bird kingdom. So good, in fact, that they get put to work, so to speak, up in America's 49th state.
So when I was in Alaska, what was really interesting is the guys were talking about when we have a leak in a natural gas pipeline, we look and see if there are any vultures circling around the pipeline, because the vultures pick up that odor that they put in the natural gas, and it smells very much, that methane smells like dead animals.
Now, still other birds, even some really common ones like hummingbirds, remain shrouded in mystery.
The hummingbirds actually use a sense of smell when they're migrating, or do they use it to find flowers? I mean, flowers give off an aroma. Maybe hummingbirds can have some sort of a sense of smell and pick up the aroma from a flower to key in on where those flowers are. We really don't know.
In fact, what we still do not know about birds and their sense of smell likely far exceeds what we actually do know. And that is just fine with Norman Smith.
And that's the exciting thing about research, because we find new things all the time. And you don't have to be a scientist to do research.
Finding new things all the time, something we love here on the Curiosity Desk, and a place where you can find some new things all the time. The show that follows us up each and every day, and that would be the Culture Show with the one and only Jared Bowen, who is down at the Boston Public Library today. How are you, Jared?
I'm well, Edgar. How are you?
I am doing well, too. It's great to hear from you. Great to see you on the screen there. What do you got on the show today?
Well, we'll be talking to Boston's new Chief of Arts and Culture about his perspective on the arts in this city going forward. He comes to us by way of London, so he has a very international perspective as he comes to the job, so we'll talk about his agenda. Mary Grant is here. Of course, she's the president of MassArt, who joins us every month. We'll be talking about how drawing is good for your health. Ooh. Just 10 minutes of drawing is very good for your health. We'll also talk about the loneliness epidemic and some of the things that people are doing, like the New York Public Library and MassArt itself, to address that. And then the Union Oyster House turns 200
Yeah, that's
month.
Crazy.
So we'll be talking to them about all things oysters, lobster rolls, clam chowder, and great, great history there. Everyone from Pavarotti to JFK who have all dined at the Union Oyster House.
Well, excellent. It sounds like a tasty episode of the Culture Show coming your way in just under 2 minutes, so do not go anywhere. And if you're anywhere near the library, why don't you stop by? It is free to check the show out live as it happens at the BPL. As for us, that about does it for now. The Curiosity Desk is produced by Aidan Connolly, Rachel Armani, Olivia Corcio, and Hannah Loss. Our intern is Mukta Dharmapurkar. Patty Daniels and Jamie Bologna smell great. Our engineer is John the Claw Parker. Special thanks today to Andrew Massawa. We will be right back here in 23 short hours on GBH 89.7 and streaming on YouTube. If you can't wait that long, we got a podcast version of the show you can check out, wherever it is that you get your podcasts. If you, like our friend who just asked a question about birds, have a question, something you are curious about, let us know. Just go to our webpage and fill in the handy-dandy form. Just Google Curiosity Desk GBH, you'll find us. Until next time, I'm Edgar B. Herwick III, and I hope you will stay curious out there.
What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And members of the GBH Champions and Beacon Circles. These most generous annual contributors lead the way in sustaining GBH as a public media resource available and free to all. Learn more at gbh.org/support.
As we celebrate 250 years of American independence, what is the British perspective of this great breakup? Could it have been avoided? Join historian Lucy Worsley as she investigates the American Revolution tonight at 7:30 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, Joseph Zeal-Henry. He grew up in London and built a career there where culture, design, and city planning converge. Now, as Boston's Chief of Arts and Culture, he's helping shape the city's next chapter, from affordable rehearsal space to a citywide cultural plan to ambitious public art. Then the great New Yorker artist and illustrator Saul Steinberg called drawing a way of reasoning on paper. Neuroscientists are finding it may be doing much more than that. The simple act of moving a pencil across a page engages attention, vision, and movement in ways that can calm us in minutes. We'll ask MassArt President Mary Grant whether she sees that calming effect among her students on her own campus. She joins us for that and much more. And 200 years of the Union Oyster House. The oldest continually operating restaurant in America is more than just a place to dine. It's a monument to Boston history. We'll get a look inside the kitchen with the famed restaurant's executive chef. And our table for two includes a tasting. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel and broadcasting live on 89.7 from our studio at the Boston Public Library. And this is a fitting place to talk about what Boston's next cultural chapter might look like. Hanging here in the Central Library is LEXICON, a 23-foot-long installation created with researchers from MIT. It's part sculpture, part engineering experiment, and one example of the city bringing art, technology, and public conversation together. That kind of intersection is very much on the mind of Joseph Zeal-Henry, Boston's new Chief of Arts and Culture. Since he first began working for the city 3 years ago, his initiatives have included a new cultural infrastructure plan, creating affordable rehearsal space in Brighton, and a revitalization effort at the Boston Center for the Arts. His new post comes amid federal funding cuts to the arts, not to mention from his own boss, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. Joseph Zeal-Henry joins us now. Welcome to The Culture Show.
Thank you.
I was a little cheeky there, bringing in the mayor's cuts. We'll get to that in a moment because I know some of them have been restored. But you've been in the city for, you just told me, 3 years this week. Congratulations. What has it been to step into this role and figure out the landscape as you want to steer it forward?
I think you always have to be cognizant of the fact there is a whole history and tradition that precedes you. And you're just the most recent steward of this history of the city. And I think it's been great. We've spent a lot of time in the archive, our own archive, to see that, in 1988, there was a whole campaign called the Space Chase about the need for cultural space in the city. And we see that that's still an issue. And that's still the primary sort of feedback we receive from arts organizations. So I think I'm always try to be aware that I'm just one of many people and I'm building on a tradition of work across the city.
Why did you want the job?
I think it came from, one, my wife is from Boston and she works in the arts and she really convinced me that I should apply for the job. And I think when your loved one or the person you're married to suggests that you should do something, you probably should do it. And then
she's probably the person who knows you best, perhaps.
Yes. And then also I came from London working in a very similar team. So I was working for Mayor Khan, specifically working on building cultural infrastructure for London. And I sort of, having met all the different creatives in Boston, they were all saying the same thing. And I think that's the funny thing about traveling from one city to another. You suddenly realize that there's so many similarities in the issues that creatives face. And I think we've got to the point where like everything is so immediate all the time. You know, your culture's beamed to you in a device in your hand. And therefore, you don't always see how much effort and space and thought it takes to make something. And I think that's the thing that I'm trying to focus on in our department right now, is really making visible the labor, the work, the space, the infrastructure it takes to get culture. It doesn't just happen. It doesn't happen. It's not conjured out of nothing. It requires infrastructure in the same way that education requires infrastructure. You know, you need schools. Like banks require infrastructure. They need to have offices, and cultures are no different. It just is. It also requires space, and I think in Boston the conditions for arts are challenging. And you know, in this archive document I found from '88, the first phrase is basically like a boom for construction is destruction for arts, because it's the first thing that goes. And I think that's the world we're in. Is like, how do we build out the conditions, the infrastructure, to make artists, creatives' lives easier to do the work they need to do? And how do we let the public understand that the production of culture is in itself a valuable thing to explore and see?
Well, I'm curious to know how interested and how supportive you think this environment is for arts and culture, especially knowing that you've come from London, a city that we all associate with being a heart of arts and culture and theater and the visual arts and great museums. What's the temperature here?
I actually think Boston is like, the creative industries is like a secret weapon for the city. So we've been doing a lot of data capture, and we see that in Boston alone, it upholds 70,000 jobs. Way more, I think, than people would realize. So I think Boston is a creative city. It has like world-class like industrial designers, architects, performing arts in Boston, like the Envy. We have amazing institutions, and we also have this really fascinating overlay of like arts and civics and like social innovation, which is very unique. So I actually think the culture of Boston's in a good place, but I'm always like, what would happen if the conditions were fairer? What would happen if the conditions were better? Like, how stratospherical could this go? So my thing is always like, I think people are doing an amazing job despite things, and I want to make it just easier for people to do the work they want to do.
Well, how can we do that? So what you're talking about, especially with infrastructure, is the thing that I hear day in and day out. And as you say, the city's been talking about it for decades. I'm sure in the present day you're hearing about it day in and day out. And that is, people don't have a place for their studios. They don't have a place to rehearse, that it's really expensive to be here. It's so expensive that a lot of people are leaving. How can you address that in the very near future, if not immediately, through infrastructure?
So this was the main reason we brought an infrastructure plan, because I think you have to use the tools of government and then retrofit arts into those tools. So we plan for lots of other things in the city. We should plan for culture in the same way we plan for transit, or we plan for green infrastructure or flood defenses. You need to assert what the priorities are, where they need to go, and what type of spaces need to be created. At the same time, we have attempted to build more infrastructure, but often they're let down by the quality of space. So the floor-to-ceiling heights are too low, or there's no door big enough to load artworks in through it. We're making unforced errors, to take a sport analogy, and we want to correct that. So we're about to publish, probably in the next couple of months, design guidance that just sets out, if you are going to design a multi-purpose studio, there are minimal things you have to do to make that actually work for the users, the end users of that space. So taking the typologies of creative space more seriously as a design challenge. They're not easy spaces to design. Often they're very precise. Each use has a different implication, whether that's on ventilation or light requirements or not having columns. And I think the more we can upfront and build capacity for people to build spaces that work and are functional, the better. And then the wider infrastructure plan will follow soon after, where we can really get into the detail of, in this neighborhood, they need this thing, because of its proximity to transit or because of what else is going there. So I think that's the work we're in, is really like trying to deal with the immediate things. So like I always talk about how our department deals with 30 minutes and 30 years. It's like, what do you need in the next half an hour to be sorted? And then how do we plan for like 3 decades in the future? Because that is how long it takes to really build culture and really build a city that we want.
If you're just tuning in, I'm speaking with Joseph Zeal-Henry, who's Boston's brand new Chief of Arts and Culture. Brand new going back to just May, but of course you were with the city before. And again, you were with the City of London before. I'm curious, again, thinking that this is a city that is renowned for its culture, how fundamentally you can take from what you absorbed, what you worked on with Mayor Khan there, and implement it here in Boston.
I I think you can take principles, but the practice of how you get there is so totally different. Like our legal structures, financial structures are totally different. You can't replicate that, but what you can do is take the principle that culture is a really social and economically important driver in a city. I really believe that cities will be judged on how they treat arts and culture and their ability to be competitive across all different metrics in this century specifically. And I think one of the things I learned in London, particularly from Justine Simons, who's the deputy mayor for arts there, is the importance of selling like high standards as government. Like as government, we should be selling high standards in the quality of the work we do, in the care that we take, in the work that we do. That will translate totally differently here, but it's a spirit, I guess, that translates across. And then we see that in other American cities. The challenges are so consistent. If you read any cultural plan from any city in the world, they all have creative space as a priority, because the need for artists to have space to make is like a universal challenge, it seems. Particularly cities that are like successful in many other metrics. Like London has a very big financial sector, life sciences sector, similar to Boston. Those other economic sectors put pressure on a sector that, whilst employing a lot of people and generating a lot of value, can't pay like $100 per square foot in rent in other sectors can. So you really need, what I've learned is to really be specific about the things you need to do, and then really value the things that we have. So not worry about what we don't have, but really build on what we do have and really push the pride in the things that we have to offer, rather than worrying about other cities that have things that we don't have, because we have things that they don't have that they would want too. We have a really powerful and incredible education sector. We have like the best library system in America. These are all things that other cities emulate, so we should be building on the stuff that we have and taking that approach rather than having a deficit mindset and saying, well, we don't have the same galleries that Tribeca have, or they don't have Sonos and Bose and New Balance and Puma and Saucony and Asics and all these other things that we have here.
Well, let's go to one of the big hearts of the matter, too. In addition to hearing about space, I hear a lot about funding. We're talking about this constantly. We know that arts organizations have been hit so extraordinarily hard because of the limits to federal funding now, or grants that have been rescinded. As I mentioned in the introduction, this year, Mayor Michelle Wu and her initial budget cut the arts funding in the city by 27%. That's $1.2 million. First of all, where does it stand now? Because I know that the community and the city council pushed back, and I'm not saying by any stretch that the mayor doesn't support the arts. She very much supports the arts. But it sends a message from City Hall when funding is being cut. So what are you facing now?
So we had the city council reappropriated $825,000 back to our budget, which is obviously great, and we're very appreciative of that. I think that the scale of funding that we have doesn't solve the foundational conditions that we have to deal with, which is things like permitting, licensing, the way the planning system works, the way that zoning actually makes most arts uses illegal. So you have to always go to the zoning board of appeal to justify having arts uses. So I think for me, it's really about pushing the fundamental conditions forwards, building out data really, and almost like resetting the conversation to say, yes, we need funding, but we need funding specifically to unlock these 3 or 4 things, being really strategic about it, and then having a plan that we can use to fundraise, or having a plan that we can use to like generate new revenue streams. I think what's interesting about Boston...
Well, how do you do that?
So I think if you look at most American cities, their arts budgets don't come out of their city's operating dollars. There is a hotel revenue, there's a hotel tax revenue, or there is some levy that goes directly into arts and culture. And I think my position is that we should explore the same thing here. So it isn't about saying, okay, we're going to cut libraries and community centers to pay for arts, but actually, do we value this, and therefore can we generate new revenues for that? And that's something that Mayor and I are working on, and it's something that we're going to be talking about. And this is not unique to Boston.
Would it be an additional tax?
Probably not, because people don't like taxation. But I think in the same way, it's like if we value it, we have to find a way to pay for it. And I think that is the thing that we're exploring, but we're not exploring it on our own. This is an issue for municipalities across Massachusetts. And the way that the Commonwealth works, where you have to always have a home rule petition or whatever, like this is not something we as Boston can independently just introduce. We have to go through a process of engagement, a process of talking to other municipalities. We're not the only municipality in Massachusetts with municipal funding challenges. So this is something that we have to work across the state. We're working with people like Mass Creative and the Massachusetts Cultural Council, because this is an issue across the whole of Massachusetts. This is not unique to Boston. And I think if we as a state, and also the state is 7 million people, that's a smaller population than New York, that's a smaller population than London. We have to work together, we have to work as a region. And that's really something that I take seriously. And I also I think I'm the only chief of arts in the whole state of Massachusetts. I have no representative at the State House to talk to. There's no, I don't have anyone in another city, like direct person. Somerville's hiring a new director of arts right now, and I'm really excited for that. So this is something that we have to work on regionally, because also the Boston art scene isn't independent to Boston. We have our artists, some of our artists might work in Watertown, live in Cambridge, do projects in Boston. Like these people move throughout the region in a free way, so we also need to find a way of working with our municipal cousins across Massachusetts to find solutions to this.
We've talked a lot about individual artists, especially as it relates to space and whether they can stay here. What about the institutions? Everybody from the large institutions like the Museum of Fine Arts and the Boston Symphony Orchestra to the small theater companies we have here. How would you describe their viability right now and where they come in your purview?
I mean, it's really challenging. I think it's just a challenging time, and you see this across so many sectors. Like the university sector, there's an article in the Globe this week about how they're facing job cuts. This is just an economically challenging time for this country, so arts are not immune from that. They are part of that same. If people have less money because of cost of living crisis, they have less money to spend going to theaters or museums and things like that. We have a close relationship with our large museums. I think I take the view that the guiding principle of the departments as I came in is from Jenny Holz's truism, which is that everyone's work is equally important. So we take, the role of the ICA is to me as important as the role of Company One. They both play an equally important role in our ecosystem. They are all equally interdependent to each other. Now you need to have pathways for creative careers to build the workforce that these big institutions rely on to operate. These things are not separate. We obviously work with them closely through Boston Family Days, providing more access to museums. And I think we're just trying to think about ways that we can work together to solve the problems we all understand that we face.
So I was struck by it's the reality that you walk into this climate that is very difficult, and you've outlined a lot of ambitions. How overwhelming is it to you, or are you somebody who thrives in this kind of stress and pressure?
I think you just have to deal with the conditions we face. And I don't necessarily take they're good or bad. It is what it is. I can't conjure stuff up. I have to work to get it there. I think I've seen how cities can transform their cultural life. It was not inevitable for London to hold this position globally as a cultural leader. People worked for 30 years to get to where we are now. And I know that it's possible, and I also know that we have the talent and the people here, the brains, the organizations, the ecosystem to figure it out here.
We also have the energy. This is what we were talking about on the show yesterday. We've all witnessed what we saw. Obviously, we witnessed what happened in Boston this summer with the tall ships being here, with the World Cup being here. A couple of blocks away, the joy that elephants parading, the sculptures of elephants parading down Commonwealth Avenue bring. Did that make you look up and think, wow, we have something else here, and how easy is it to continue the enthusiasm, the fun, the joy we saw happen in this city?
I think the funny thing is that I see that every week in my job. The job is stressful, but you also get the other side. We had a project recently with Exit Galleries in Alston where they closed the road and had a breakdancing competition in the middle of the road. That is really important. That's hyper-local DIY culture, but I see that, and I see people wanting to do that. And I feel there's really an energy of people here who are dedicated to solving problems. And I think that's sort of civic overlay of Boston's cultural scene where organizations aren't just going, what's best for me, but thinking about the ecosystem. I think we're lucky to have the arts leaders we have in Boston. I think it's actually they are, at least all the ones I've met, and maybe it's a self-choosing group, but I see a lot of them are all interested in how to work together to solve the problems we face. And I think there's an acknowledgement of the interdependent relationships that they have with smaller organizations, individuals, different, and also culture isn't just about culture. It advances public health. It advances education. There's lots of evidence to suggest arts education improves all attainment in schools. So we're not just doing it for the sake of culture. I think we're doing it for the sake of wider society and the future of Boston. And I think that is a galvanizing thing. And I also think that there are opportunities when you get a moment of clarity, like I think America's going through right now, where you're seeing people for who they really are. It's a great opportunity for artists to express themselves and push back on the realities and create an alternative vision of an alternative future we can work towards. So I actually think right now is a great time for creatives and cultural workers, because they are going to be the people that figure out what happens next, which is really needed in society.
Well, you've just already upended my last question, which is going to be what your most recent, really joyful art experience. But you just listed a great one in Alston with the dancing in the gallery. What are you most looking forward to in fall that you see coming this way that's totally reflective of the city's arts and culture scene?
I think for in terms of a major institution, I'm really excited for the Museum of Science's new Science Commons, because I think it's really intersecting cultural space, scientific exploration. I think it's going to be a really interesting, new addition to the infrastructure of the city. And there's also there's a new advocacy organization, which is Arts Action Boston, who did a lot of work organizing around the budget. They've continued that energy, and they're going to be doing a series of listening sessions. So talking about creative labor, creative education, cultural infrastructure. And I'm really interested in attending those and just really hearing from people, because my job isn't really about having my own ideas. It's about taking what everyone's telling me, translating that into the tools that we have in government specifically. How do we solve those problems? So we're part of the ecosystem. We don't sit above it or overlay it. I think those conversations will be really exciting, because it's bringing together performing arts, traditional visual arts, government advocacy, all working in one and their priorities are so similar to our priorities. It's space, workforce, education, participation. And I think we can crack those things, you'll start to see, I think it will start building the public acknowledgement that I think those who work in the sector already know about Boston.
Well, Joseph, thank you so much for being here, for making the time for us today, and I hope this will be the first of many conversations throughout your tenure in this city. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Joseph Zeal-Henry is Boston's Chief of Arts and Culture. You can learn more about the city's arts and culture programs, including public art pieces like the one I mentioned at the top, Lexicon, right here at the Boston Public Library at boston.gov. Again, thank you. Well, coming up, Norman Rockwell's America gets a second look at 250, and it's not the comfy, cozy artist most people recognize. MassArt President Mary Grant joins us for that and more. She's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Medicare launched a pilot program in July that could make some popular weight loss drugs known as GLP-1s more affordable, but millions of Medicare patients won't qualify.
I'm at risk for stroke, I'm pre-diabetic, and yet I can't get it.
I'm Mary Louise Kelly. That story on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Neville Place Assisted Living in Cambridge, providing residents with a range of services designed to help seniors stay sharp, social, and independent. More at nevilleplace.org/care. And Roto-Rooter, providing plumbing, drain cleaning, and water cleanup services in North America since 1935. 24/7 emergency services available. Service information and scheduling can be found at rotorooter.com. And MIT Federal Credit Union, believing the right home starts with the right support. More at mitfcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 699225.
Listen to GBH 89.7, read GBH Daily, and watch the Boston Public Radio live stream. However you get your news, find it on the GBH News app. Download it today on the App Store or Google Play.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 from our studio at the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. It's time for our recurring feature, AI Actual Intelligence, where we tap into the most interesting thinkers in our region for their algorithm-free thoughts. Joining us, as she does every month, is Mary Grant, president of MassArt. Great to see you.
Great to see you as well.
It's your last month of summer vacation, not that you really take a vacation.
It's unbelievable because the students are already beginning to move back.
Are they?
A little bit at a time, and then they'll all be back very, very soon, which is exciting.
No, it's always good. Of course, especially at your school of all places where arts are fundamental. We'll talk more about that in just a moment, but I want to start talking with you talking about the issue of spaces right now. Actually, it was something we were just carrying through with the new Chief of Arts and Culture here in the city of Boston. But we're seeing spaces in all regard, not just for artists, beginning to go away. Huge downturn in the number of available movie theaters, of bowling alleys. This is all linked, many people say, to the loneliness epidemic. What are some of the solutions that are beginning to come out of this? Well, and I guess we should back up and say, what is the problem when this happens? We lose these public third spaces.
Well, the third spaces allow us to be able to gather. They are open access. They are really inclusive spots. So we lose that ability to get to know one another. And I think one of the reasons why some of them have gone away is because of the economics. That's part of it too. Running some of these spaces is more expensive. Points of access, ticket prices can be more expensive. So I think, like we just heard Joseph talk about, is the importance of a city investing in those, to be able to have free access to museums, free access libraries. Look at where we're sitting right now, Jared. This is a place, this is a third space. So really communities doing that work together, but also institutions that have those spaces, making them accessible and public. This summer we did a number of programs at libraries across the Commonwealth that really allowed us to bring in kids and neighborhood representatives to participate in programs and build community. So I think all of us considering, what do we have available? How do we make it accessible? How do we promote it? But one of the barriers is definitely the economics of these third spaces.
When you look at the students at MassArt and you see how they come together, what do you begin to think about this loneliness epidemic that we talk about, and versus what you see when you see the collaboration of students? I was thinking about that this morning, that your students, they have these great lives, and then of course it all changes after graduation. We're not in the same social, cultural structures anymore when you go out into the world. There's
a real concern about that. The statistics are pretty alarming in terms of the levels of social interactions that we have. I think it's something like, I forget the number, but so many adults have once a month, like interactions with 2 people outside of their work circles. That's not healthy. So one of the things when you think about strong alumni networks is very important for students when they graduate. We work really hard, as I know my colleagues in other institutions do, when our students arrive, to take those important few days to help them to see their backyard, to build those ties of social cohesion, to get them to put down their bloody phones for a bit and learn how to make those relationships and friendships, to discover their city, to find their beautiful third places to go, because those habits serve them well when they graduate and go out into the world of work or graduate school or whatever they're doing next. But we have to deliberately work to cultivate those, because I think some of those habits have been lost over time.
Well, I want to go into some of the options. And we'll go deeper into what MassArt is doing, but I was struck by something the New York Public Library is doing where, and this gets away from, I mean, look how expensive it is just to go out to dinner now, or even to go to the movies if you want to add popcorn to it. But for free, you can go to the New York Public Library where they have a program, come to the library, read a book for 20 minutes, then put the book down and turn and speak to the person next to you, and their sign-up list is quote-unquote sold out.
I love that. And what we see is at the activities that we're doing, the list for signups are also over the top. So the museum, our MAM facility, all summer long they've offered programs, and we have had hundreds of people attend. We have another program happening tomorrow night, Thursday evening, right outside. So you don't even have to step into the building. It's right outside and accessible to the public. I was in D.C. last week and went to some of the Smithsonian facilities. Those are all free. You have to get there, but if you live in D.C., those world-class, unbelievable museums are free and accessible. I saw families in there. I saw all kinds of folks pursuing conversations over exhibitions, sitting together in the cafeteria. So finding those spaces, I think we could do a better job of really developing almost a map, if you would, of where these free spots are, so those barrier points are removed for people who can't afford to buy tickets to maybe go to a ball game or to a theater production. And even some of those, there are discounted tickets, there There are local ball games, which are a wonderful way to build community, but we have to really put energy into it, because if you think about Putnam's study on bowling alone, this is also the things that pulls apart and really erodes our democracy too when we don't spend that time with one another building community.
Well, before we leave this, where has MassArt gone? MassArt, which is based in Boston, but you became very expansive this summer. What were you doing and where were you doing it?
We were doing it all over the place. So we had programs in Watertown, Gloucester, and Woburn as starting points with the public library. So a partnership with very important third spaces. We had 200 people attend an aluminum pour at one of the library programs. 200 people. And so for those kids, perhaps, maybe
an aluminum pour.
An aluminum pour on a very hot summer day, imagine that. And then we had a sustainable fabrics and fashion, where the chair of our fashion department, Jen Verkamp, went out herself and was working with kids on making bags from recycled materials. So those were 3 library programs. This Saturday, we're going to be up in Great Barrington because it's an opening of an exhibition up there that we're part of. All of these things are free and open to the public.
The big challenge, I know, even for myself, is always to get up and get out. And then you realize what you're missing this entire time, and then it's easier after that.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
I'm speaking with MassArt President Mary Grant. Well, this picks up from a conversation we were just having with the Arts and Culture Chief as well about all of the reasons arts and culture are important, including for our health. And there's this new study about drawing.
Yes,
and how that can change our bodies.
10 minutes a day. It's kind of like I was reading the piece and I thought, wow, it just shows how you don't have to feel like you have to have a huge practice, that it doesn't have to be complicated, that the studies do show that literally 10 minutes a day of focused drawing can calm down our central nervous system, can steady our focus, can improve our motor skills, and can really, all of those things then contribute to better sense of well-being. Very powerful, the impact of drawing, which extends to the impact of arts and what it does for us. But it shows the connection between memory, cognitive development, spatial reasoning, all of that. And you don't have to be a great artist to do it.
I mean, mine would be stick figures, definitely, for sure.
That's right. When I sent this article out to my team, one of them said, as long as nobody needs to know what I drew or understand it. And this isn't about a competition or great works of art. It's about focusing and settling the brain down. Whether you doodle or draw boxes or you do a stick figure, it makes a difference.
I was also struck that the study talked about the sensory awareness that comes from this too, and I guess it comes from, first of all, you do anything for 10 minutes and you just if you slow down and focus for 10 minutes, it changes everything. But what happens with opening up our senses as you're conjuring an elephant that you might want to draw or the stick figure that I'm going to draw?
Well, there's proven study. I mean, I think we've actually talked about this before, brain on art, and it shows that it allows you the ability to stare at something and then you have to translate it and put it on paper. You are developing those cognitive skills. For seniors, it's about memory. It's about engaging the brain, the frontal cortex, and observing colors and then translating it. It is a very, very powerful thing. Even looking at a beautiful painting can help. But I do think, I keep a notebook with me, jotting down thoughts, but then I'll find myself at the end of the day, I'll look out what was that? And then you realize I wasn't even paying attention in that moment because I was focused, and that's what I needed to do at that time. So I have members of my staff who are artists, faculty who are artists, and I see them in meetings where they've got their sketchbook and they are drawing what's going on around them.
Well, I've always been struck by the pieces from the John F. Kennedy Presidential Library where they have his notes from meetings where he's drawing, we know he loved the sail, he was a maritime guy, where he would draw sailboats in the margins of his speeches and things of that nature, and it makes it okay that the President of the United States, part of his coping mechanism is to sketch, or doodle, as some might say.
Or doodle, and I had a faculty member who retired a few years ago, Chuck Stigliano, wonderful guy, and he chronicled some of the history of MassArt, open meetings, the beginning of school. He would sketch them and draw them, and when Chuck retired, they became another part of the visual storytelling of this institution. And it was also his way of recalling what took part in a meeting, and he taught those skills to his students, to focus, to observe, to not miss things. And I think it's really important to our educational ability and certainly to well-being. We know it makes a difference, Jared.
Are you? I can't believe we've made it this many years into our conversations now. I've never asked you. Are you an artist at all?
I made a spoon once.
That's right. You have said that.
And I'm very proud of that spoon. But I do doodle. I do draw. I used to paint, but in a previous life, and every once in a while I do a little something. It would be an exaggeration to say I'm an artist, but I definitely feel when I'm doing that work, I focus, I concentrate, and I can see where it slows me down a bit and makes me step away a little bit more calm than I may have been when I began.
I love hearing that, and you're going to have to text me a picture of the spoon
Okay,
when you get home
I will.
tonight.
I will. It'll be your favorite piece in your art collection.
Exactly. Well, we'd love to talk to you about the Norman Rockwell Museum, because this is actually changing hats for you, because you're on the board of the Norman Rockwell Museum out in Stockbridge. Tell me about this show, which I wanted to actually read the first line of Murray White, the Boston Globe Art Critics Review. He writes, "Who would have guessed that maybe the most trenchant, fractious, dense, and thoughtful take on America's 250th birthday would come from the Norman Rockwell Museum?" Yeah. And what he's talking about there is that everybody has this conception of Norman Rockwell being this painter of family scenes and Americana in its cheesiest. That's what some people would say. But there's a reason this 250 show is happening there, and again, it upends that whole notion of the artist that I just described.
That's right. It is a beautiful show, and if you can get out there, it's up till October 26th. I'm really proud of this as a board member. The team did a fabulous job, and it demonstrates, I think, the power of illustration art, because we have the spoken word history of what's happened over the last 250 years, but the visual representation of illustration art, so beautifully demonstrated at the Rockwell Museum, is powerful. So it's over 200 pieces of work from the collection at the Rockwell and others donated to it. But it looks at the earliest representation of political literature, from the printmaking of Paul Revere and Ben Franklin to contemporary work, illustration covers. And at the heart of it are some of the very big Rockwell pieces, but it is only one piece of the show. There are other artists, contemporary artists, who have beautiful work that tell a story of this nation, the good, the bad, the ugly, and it focuses on themes from immigrants to industrial revolution to creativity, so you can enjoy this and absorb it from just a pure chronological perspective or moments in history that we need to understand, not lose sight of. And one of the things I've grown to appreciate so much about Norman Rockwell is his own art, his own thinking changed over time, and he did some of the most powerful work, illustration work in the civil rights movement. Beautiful, dramatic, gripping. And so you go up to the Rockwell, and the whole museum has been turned over to this, by the way. Every gallery is focused on this, and it is a big exhibition looking at the 250th anniversary of this country, and it's powerful and accessible, and you can understand it, and I think we can all see ourselves in this exhibition.
And I was deliberately being tongue-in-cheek when I was describing some of the perceptions of Norman Rockwell. I mean, he gives us this great sense of America, and he's such a fabulous painter, but I keep becoming so mesmerized by the more I learn about him. And this time, through this show of 250 years in America, it was the fact that he was an environmental crusader as well. There is a piece that I had never seen before that's called Glen Canyon Dam. And from what I understand, he was invited out, a number of artists at the time were invited out to see this dam and the progress of the Department of Interior in this country. But what does he choose to do but show an indigenous person, an indigenous family actually overlooking this dam? Obviously the implication being that their whole landscape has been changed without their say.
That's right. Not only was he an environmentalist, he was really sensitive to that sense of losing place and what it meant to the indigenous population to lose these places, and to represent it in a way that we could understand it, look at it from the perspective of the family staring with grief and loss, and while other parts of this country seeing it as progress. And I think that's one of the things Rockwell did beautifully, is demonstrate this from multiple perspectives. And you, the observer, you could draw your own conclusions by looking at this. But that painting, think about all the stories it tells versus what might have been written on a wall about what it was. And I think that's what Rockwell did so beautifully, and that's the power of illustration art. It tells a story. It's a visual narrative of this country, of a history, of a people, complex and messy, but it brings us in and allows us to understand it better.
And how is it to see him up against some of these, or alongside, I should say, alongside some really extraordinary contemporary artists like Kara Walker?
It's beautiful. And it works because the way the art is spread around, you've got contemporary artists, and then it's anchored by an extraordinary painting by Stephen Hannock, which is worth the ride up to go see it on. It's just that alone. So that's the anchor piece. You walk in, and that's in the very back, but all around it, the Four Freedoms. A member of my faculty, Scott Bacall, has work in the shawl. He's an illustration artist. But Kadir Nelson, there's just a beautiful range. There's political posters. There's everything. It really is something you have to spend time with. This would be one to go up, spend that time, grab a cup of coffee, bring someone with you, talk about it. And then outside of the Rockwell is actually a third space. Open area where you can walk among the sculptures, and there's no charge to the grounds, and you can enjoy the beautiful view of the river, the beautiful grounds, and appreciate one of those really valuable third spaces.
Well, Mary Grant, thank you so much for being here. Always great to be with you. We appreciate it.
Likewise, good to see you, and head to the Berkshires. Because there's a lot going on this time of year.
Well, it's such a beautiful time to be out there. And I will look for a text of a wooden spoon from you tonight.
You've got it, but please don't share it too widely. I don't want my inbox clamoring with demands for me to make spoons for all kinds of folks.
All right, I promise. Mary Grant joins us every month. She's president of MassArt. Again, thank you. Coming up, a Boston, not to mention national institution, marks a milestone anniversary. The Union Oyster House is celebrating its 200th birthday. That's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
Artificial intelligence is a powerful tool for producing propaganda and disinformation, and people living through wars in real life now face accusations of faking what they're seeing.
We really do need to create these scenarios where those who are the most vulnerable do not have to spend time defending themselves.
That's next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Cape Playhouse in Dennis Village, now playing Tina Fey's Broadway comedy hit, Mean Girls, rooting for the new girl in high school in this warm and snarky musical. Tickets for Mean Girls at capeplayhouse.com. And the Art Complex Museum in Duxbury, presenting American Beauty, Shaker Furniture, and contemporary craft from the collection, as well as Scenes of the Sea. Both exhibits on display through September 6th. All exhibits open to the public. artcomplex.org. And Brookmeadow at Cobb Corner, an assisted living community offering wellness, care, and support services, including an on-site fitness specialist to help seniors stay physically active. More at brookmeadowslr.com.
GBH seeks a diverse pool of candidates for all employment opportunities. Visit GBH Careers at gbh.org to learn about our current job openings. Community organizations can contact GBH's Human Resources Department.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 from our studio at the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. This month marks the 200th anniversary of the Union Oyster House, the nation's oldest continuously operating restaurant. A product of a 19th century mollusk mania, the restaurant with its famed oyster bar has endured as a national historical landmark and popular dining destination for celebrities, tourists, and Bostonians alike. Presidents have supped, commoners have slurped, and history has survived within the brick walls of this beloved establishment. Joining us to offer some pearls of wisdom on the art of the shuck, crafting the choicest clam chowder, and how to cook when Meryl Streep or Barack Obama or Pavarotti come to dinner is Rico DiFronzo, executive chef of Union Oyster House. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much for having me. Awesome.
You've brought an extraordinary array of food, but first of all, tell me what it is like to be the executive chef of this very, very storied restaurant.
It's actually an honor. I'm really a caretaker of history. The food that we serve, believe it or not, we still serve about 40% of the original menu from when the day opened. So that's from 1826.
How is that possible? First of all, and is there a twist?
Well, the first thing, we have oysters, obviously, right? We have lobster, we still have mussels, we still have clams, and scallops, and so on. And so those items are still a staple of the restaurant. Cod, haddock, as well, swordfish. All those classic New England staples we still serve.
And when you go back and you look at these historic artifacts, not only are you looking at the menus and what was served, but what do you come to understand about the place of the restaurant 200 years ago and what it's meant over the centuries as a gathering spot for people in Boston?
Well, it's definitely been a destination for everyone. As you just read off a small list of the people that have come there. But we also have the regular customers that come in, and we also have the international visitors from all around the world. With this being the 200th anniversary of the Union Oyster House, but we also have the 250 of the country, and all the other things that have happened, World Cup and so on, you were talking about earlier. The city has just had a great vibe this year, and everyone seems to be enjoying what's happening in the city, and people constantly continue to come, as well as we have families and generations that continue to come.
Well, how do you describe what the building is for people who may have seen it from the outside, have never been in, but what's contained within?
It's out from the outside, it looks like a very small building. When you walk in, it goes left, right, up, and down. It is basically 5 small buildings, 9 dining rooms, and 550 seats. It's like a living museum, and customers come in, we let them roam around. Every wall has a piece of history on it. Some is colonial, some is more current. Every wall is decorated with stories of people and places that have happened inside the restaurant and things that have happened in the restaurant. It's amazing.
Well, speaking of those things, what's your favorite bit of history or trivia when it's a place filled with everything from John F. Kennedy dining there to an exiled French king living there?
Well, again, the most enjoyable person that came in excited for me was basically when Barack Obama arrived with a 15-minute notice. So that was pretty exciting. We had the King of Sweden come in as well, and we had small notice on him as well coming in for dinner. So for me, it's exciting. I never know who's coming in for dinner, as they say. We have to be prepared every day for potential guests, and we serve, somewhere around this time of year, 2,000 customers a day.
How do you keep up with that volume?
I've got a great kitchen crew. We've got a great front of house staff. We've got a seasoned staff. They've been with us. Some of them have been as long as 40 years working at the restaurant. So they understand the way the business comes in and how to handle it. We have 3 kitchens as well, so that's how we spread out that volume.
How many oysters a year?
1 million plus on the half shell, not counting fried or sauteed or any other dish, just on the half shell, shucked at the oyster bar, which, by the way, has been there since 1826, so it's an original piece of furniture.
And you are working with the local fishermen. This isn't a thoroughly corporate affair here. In fact, it's been owned by Joe Milano since 1970. But you're working with the local people to the extent possible.
Yes, we do business with seafood companies locally, 7 seafood companies, because one company can't handle us, not even 2 or 3. We buy oysters from all 7 of them. Just a variety of different New England oysters. We have great relationships with the oystermen, the farmers as well, and we do buy direct from some of them. And they're our customers as well.
Well, speaking of oysters, we have some in front of us. Now, tell me about how you look at oysters and where we are in this oyster moment, because I know it's gone up and down through history. Daniel Webster literally sat at the oyster bar, correct? And he would slurp oysters.
That's what they say. They say he used to have 5 plates of oysters and 5 tumblers of brandy, but no one really knows how many was a plate and how big a tumbler was.
Yeah, we're hoping small.
Well, I would think he would probably, back then, they'd probably eat quite a bit.
Yeah.
But the bar itself is exciting. So the oysters like this one here, this is a Wellfleet oyster, so we just shucked these a little while just before we came on air. That's why I was a couple seconds late getting over to kind of getting it set up. So these are really just a very classic, clean oyster. And these are considered what you call large. Large meaning about 4 inches, and we like them large. These ones over here are actually from Barnstable. And you can see this one here, basically, it's got a deeper cup than that one. What they do with these is they tumble them and actually rounds them out and takes off some of the edge, and because of that, it grows down and makes a deeper cup. So it's a bigger oyster when you actually eat it.
Now, how do you describe the varying tastes in oysters from where they're pulled out, whether it's Wellfleet or Duxbury or you start going up to Maine?
It changes throughout the year, because what happens with the oysters is in the spring, they've got a lot basically of retained energy because they haven't really eaten all year, so they just kind of keep themselves, they kind of hibernate. Once the water warms up, they start eating like crazy, and they start to grow. They can grow an inch in a year. And that's when the flavor profile changes. So it depends on what they're in, what they're eating, if they're eating algae, or if they're eating basically just minerals from there, or small pieces of, whatever's floating in the ocean. They then basically are filtering as well. So this one oyster could filter 50 gallons of water in one day. And that's why we have such clean water out here. We have about like 400 farms in Massachusetts, and each one of those oysters has millions of oysters planted there. So you can just do the arithmetic, and it's crazy. So that's part of the reason why the ocean in our area has cleaned up over many, many years, because a lot of these local farmers have been helping us out in a long way.
Well, and of course, environmental conditions change from year to year. So does that mean the oysters taste different every year?
They can. At certain times of the year, they will taste a little bit different, because once they go into a spawning season, and that usually happens sometimes late July and August, depending on the type of oyster, as the water gets warmer, they spawn. When they spawn, they actually shrink down in size. There's less volume of oyster in there because they've expelled a lot of their energy, and that makes the oyster taste different. So everything has a cycle. But they usually taste salty, a lot of times briny. If they're in basically the deeper ocean, they'll be much more salty. And if they're in a brackish water, they'll have a lot of mineral flavor and almost earthy tasting. Some people say they can taste notes of vanilla and all these things in there. I never tasted that, but they say it's there. It's like a great glass of wine. You can taste things that other people can't taste.
Well, it's poetic to be able to say that, too. Are they an aphrodisiac?
That is up for debate. But I do know that some people believe it's absolutely true. You do get a little bit of they say a little boost of energy from all the protein that's in there. And there is also some natural sugar in oysters as well, especially early in the season. So that might be where you get the little energy. And then if you have a glass of wine with it, you're getting a little buzz from the wine, and then the oyster helps out.
Yeah, it helps you right along, doesn't it? So as we're talking about the oysters and sauces, I know you have lemon here, you have horseradish here.
Right, and cocktail sauce right here.
Cocktail sauce.
We get classic New England cocktail sauce, obviously just made with, ketchup is the main base. Obviously we had horseradish, and then we have a few ingredients that we add to it to kind of add the natural flavor that we think cocktail sauce should taste like.
Is there a raging debate about oysters and whether they should be eaten just purely for the oyster, or whether it is okay to add lemon or a bit of cocktail sauce or another sauce?
Well, even Tabasco, everybody has their own way to eat it. Some people like it naked. Some like a spurt of just the lemon on there. Some people drowned it in cocktail sauce because they don't want to taste it. Some people swallow it whole, but actually you really should bite it at least once or twice.
Really? What does that do? I've always swallowed them whole.
Yeah, because when you do that, it's going to release more of the flavor of the oyster, and you'll get that minerally taste, or possibly vanilla if you taste vanilla.
Yeah.
But by swallowing it, you only get what's ever in the surface or the liquid. Like there's quite a bit of liquid in these oysters. You can kind of see it.
Yeah.
But that liquid is where you're picking up the flavor by swallowing it whole. But if you actually take a little bite of it, don't necessarily chew it, but just break it and let that go down, you'll have a different flavor profile go down your throat.
I love learning things on this show, things that didn't come up in the research. All right, other big debate. You have a lobster roll right in front of you.
This one.
This is a cold lobster roll.
Correct.
It kind of, sorry for our YouTube stream, it tumbled over just
this
a little
one.
bit.
We got another one over there that actually looks a little bit better, but
we'll bring this one over. Kate will bring it over.
Okay, awesome. Let me slide this one out of the way. Sorry about that.
What's your secret to lobster rolls? And
well,
I guess we should start off.
Well, if you look at what's here, right? It's classic, right? We've got chunks of lobster meat, right? Mayonnaise, lemon, salt, pepper, and pretty much that's it. Parsley. That's classic New England, and that's what we use here. We also do hot, and by now you realize hot has become so popular that we sell 50-50 now.
Do you really?
When we first put it on, we sold like 3 or 4 a day. We sell about 200 lobster rolls a day of hot and cold blend, and it's about 50-50 now.
And how do you do the hot?
Just sautéed in butter.
That's
just
it.
Straight up sautéed butter, add a little bit of parsley at the end, place it in the roll, and that's it. French fries, pickles, and lemon with it.
I'm speaking with Chef Rico DiFronzo, the executive chef of Union Oyster House, now celebrating its 200th anniversary. So as you go back and you look at the menus, and you still have scallops on the menu, you still have cod, lobster, of course, Where does the executive chef in you come into play? How do you begin to change things up? I was thinking about you this morning and thinking you're almost like the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum where nothing can change. People know it all throughout history, but you change a little bit.
We did, yeah. Well, you think about it. When the place first opened up way back, right, they cooked with probably charcoal or wood. So now we use, obviously, gas, electricity. We have induction cooking. Induction cooking, for those that don't know, is basically magnets basically heating the pan up, and it's much more energy efficient. We have basically just moved the kitchens from being really ancient to update modern equipment. So the kitchens have all been updated over the years. The menu itself, it's sometimes when I came in, it wasn't to change it. It was partly to be a caretaker of the food, but it was also to look at the techniques that we were using to cook the food, and could we come up with a better technique or possibly a better ingredient, yet the same, a higher quality, to increase the value of the meal. And that's what we've done over the years. And that's worked out well.
Where would you say your biggest stamp is for the culinary experience and perhaps switching up some ingredients here and there?
What, at the Union Oyster House?
Yeah.
I think when I first got there, they only used to use two kinds of oysters all the time. It was Wellfleets and Blue Points. That's it. They didn't buy anything else. I pretty much have relationships with most of the main oyster farmers in Massachusetts, as well as we have Maine. We'll go to Canada when we need to, and we can even go down to, Maryland if we have to in the dead of the winter. So those relationships have really added to what the oysters are all about. With oyster being the middle name of the restaurant, I really wanted to focus on doing something with oysters that was different, but yet was still the same. Instead of just using two, now we rotate around about 8 different oysters on a regular basis.
I can't believe we've made it this far into the conversation without my asking about clam chowder. What can you tell us about the Union Oyster House clam chowder? And I'm sure that's an epic seller as well.
Yeah, it is. We sell about 10,000 gallons of chowder a year. We've been serving it since 1837. And we actually found out from a TV person who basically came in from one of the shows, and we were talking about clam chowder, and I thought it was always around 1850. And he said, no. We saw it on one of the news stations, that because it was anniversary, it was Clam Chowder Day. And that's how I heard it was 1837. So, but yeah, we have a very simple recipe. It's very classic. I mean, it's obviously clams, potatoes, the juice, celery, onions, salt pork, salt, pepper, Tabasco, Worcestershire. That's it. I mean, and flour, obviously, to bind it up. And some butter. That's it. That's the whole recipe. I mean, it's like butter. 10 items.
Well, and you kind of belie this notion that everything has to be more complex, everything has to grow, everything has to change. But that's not that. I can tell already from our 20 minutes talking that is not who you are.
No, absolutely not. It's like even like this cornbread. You say, well, why did I put cornbread on the table? Well, because it's classic, right? Classic item that we serve. We make probably about 150 pans of cornbread every day. There's 24 slices in there. We do that every single day. So that was baked this morning. And it's just a kind of a classic New England thing, scratch recipe, very simple recipe. And honestly, if people want a copy of the chowder or the cornbread recipe, they stop at the front desk and talk to Maureen, who usually works the desk. She'll be happy to give you a copy.
Well,
and you can see how simple it is.
You and Maureen and the entire team at Union Oyster House, I just had dinner there not too long ago myself. It is such a treat, and not, I mean, people may think only tourists go there. No, absolutely not, for everything you've just talked about. And by the way, the cornbread has been, the scent has just been wafting my way this entire time on the table. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
I really appreciate the time. Thank you for hosting me. I really appreciate it. Of course. It was a lot of fun.
And happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Chef Rico DiFronzo is the executive chef of Union Oyster House, now celebrating its 200th anniversary. Well, thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. A reminder that our next Wednesday watch party is September 2nd. We'll revisit Spike Lee's 1989 scorcher, Do the Right Thing. One programming note, that conversation won't be here at the library. It'll happen in our Brighton studio. But from then on out, we will be back at the library for our Wednesday watch party. And tune in tomorrow for award-winning filmmaker, writer Larkin McPhee on her new book, I'll See You in My Dreams, a sister's memoir, which details her brother's ALS diagnosis. Today's engineer is Bill Piacitelli. The BPL technical and logistics crew is Matty Geyer, Bill Patrick Lally, Bill Francis, Sandra Lopez-Burke, Juan Jose Cadena, and Chris Hanks. Thank you to our security team, Darius and Derek, and to the Lennox Hotel and the Newsfeed Cafe. Thank you to everyone who came down here to be with us today. We love seeing you. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.